We will hear our first keynote lecture for today with the topic of scientific evidence on micronutrient supplementation for immunity and infection, lesson learned for COVID-19. That will be moderated by Dr. Ervi Praviantini, Magister Kesehatan. Dr. Ervi Praviantini completed her medical doctor degree from Pajajaran University on 2006 and afterwards completed her master's degree program in public health. Dr. Ervi Praviantini is currently a lecturer in the Faculty of Medicine, Universitas Indonesia. Without further ado, let us welcome Dr. Ervi Praviantini.
Okay, thank you, Nabila, as our Master of Ceremonies today. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning. I'm Ervi Praviantini, the moderator of this session. I would like to extend a very warm welcome to all of you to the fourth day of the sixth Eyes on IMERI events. Our keynote lecture for today is about scientific evidence on micronutrient supplementation for immunity and infection. Lesson learned from COVID-19 by Dr. Anurag Shankar. First of all, I would like to read the CV of the speaker. Dr. Anurag Shankar completed his doctoral degree in immunology at Harvard University, began a career aimed at integrating basic science, public health, and human development in the context of nutrition and immunity. He has extensive experience with government, non-government, organization, and academia, and has authored over than 100 scientific articles. Currently, he is at staff at University of Oxford and the Aikman Oxford Clinical Research Unit, or UCRU. He is also senior lead investigator for Community Health Center for Tropical Medicine and Global Health on University of Oxford and honorary visiting research and fellow at Aikman Oxford Clinical Research Unit in Indonesia. Before the lecture begins, let me inform how the presentation will be going on. Dr. Anurag Shankar will be invited to present the material. Then during this presentation, feel free to write your questions in the chat box and don't forget to mention your name and your institution. I will deliver your questions directly to the speakers after this presentation. Without further ado, I would like to welcome Dr. Anurag Shankar to deliver your presentation. Dr. Anurag Shankar, the screen is yours.
Yes, thank you so much, Dr. Ervi. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, I think we can hear.
Yeah, thank you so much, everyone in the organizing committee at IMERI, and for that nice introduction, Dr. Ervi. So, today we would like to review some information on micronutrient supplementation and effects on immunity and infection, information that would be useful for COVID-19. And first, I just want to go over some basic terms that I think will be helpful for all of us. So in terms of immunity, I think the critical thing to remember as far as micronutrients and immunity is concerned is that immunity really is all steps taken by the body to defend itself against toxins, foreign organisms, or malignant cells. This includes, of course, innate immunity, acquired immunity. These are sort of the classical, what we often think of as parts of the immune system. But there are these other critical elements as well, the epithelial integrity, the physiological responses, antioxidants, and so forth. And you can see here, particularly for COVID-19, behavioral responses are in fact a very important part of the overall immune response. And lastly, this topic really of the ecology between the host and the infectious agent. So I'm going to talk about that a bit. So the main point really to remember is immunity is not just the classical immune system, but it's all these things together. And also, the immune system is a network of cells, not just a single cell, but a group of cells, multiple different biological effectors that work together to create effective immunity. And it's important to remember this because nutritional factors, micronutrients really influence all these cells in different ways. And diversity is really the key to the immune system, maintaining a high diversity, not only of these different types of cells, but of the effectors of these cells. And just as a quick reminder, the immune system develops essentially from the bone marrow, is maintained by stem cells continually emerging from the bone marrow that mature in other parts of the bone marrow and in this organ in the upper part of the chest called the thymus. And the thymus is particularly important for development and maturation of the T cells. The B cells tend to develop in the bone marrow and will essentially both of these, the T cells and the B cells, will then emerge and travel to different parts of the body, particularly the secondary lymphoid organs. And these are stimulated by infection or other things leading to cellular immunity and humoral immunity, which is characterized by antibody production. So that's a quick sort of immunological primer. Once, of course, these cells are in the periphery, they will recognize foreign substances. In the case of SARS-CoV-2, of course, you have the virus that might invade a cell, and that cell, whether it's an epithelial cell or other, will present parts of the virus on its surface, and the T cells will become activated by that, subsequently activating the B cells, producing substantial amounts of antibody. Now, this antibody, particularly in the context of SARS-CoV-2, we know there's certain parts of the virus that are really critical. For instance, the receptor binding domain to the ACE2 receptor, that part of the spike protein of the virus, is extremely important. So different types of antibodies binding the virus are critical, and particularly those that prevent cell invasion. So here's our enemy here. This is the SARS-CoV-2 virus, and you can see on the surface the spike proteins, other proteins as well, these M proteins, envelope proteins, and so forth, nucleocapsid proteins. Most of the target for vaccination has in fact been the spike protein, because this is in fact, as I mentioned, the epitopes on this are the ones that are responsible for interaction with the ACE2 receptor. So remember, I was talking about the heterogeneity of the immune response. So in fact, the ability of the immune response to produce antibodies to different parts of the spike protein, and perhaps even other parts of the virus, may potentially be important. And this is where good nutrition can play a role in potentiating the immune response, not only for the primary immune response, for the most effective antibody or T cell responses, but for others as well. And we're going to go into that in a bit more detail. I think I'm going to skip this. I've already spoken really enough about the immune system and the direct response to the virus, but I think you get an idea about that. And the one final thing I just want to mention about antibody effectors. Remember, we talked about different parts of the immune system. So in fact, the antibodies, the way they trigger protection is also very different. Some of them might trigger protection by being a bridge between recognizing the virus and attaching to another immune cell. Some of them might directly actually inactivate the virus. Some of them might just bind to the virus and prevent invasion of the cell. So there are different epitopes, as I said, I mentioned here. There's different parts of the virus that might be recognized by antibody, and you can see on the right here these antibody epitopes: spike glycoprotein, envelope protein, membrane protein, etc. And there's also these what we call CD4 and CD8 T cell epitopes. Of course, the CD8 epitopes are the ones that are recognized by the T cell to destroy a cell that might be infected by the virus. So before we get into the effects of the nutrition specifically, just a quick reminder about the ACE2 receptor, which is, of course, the critical receptor for the virus and where it is in the body. So you can see here, of course, ACE2 receptors throughout the lungs. You see it actually expressed in an intermediate level on the heart, in fact, and we, of course, have seen, reports of the pathology of SARS-CoV-2 affecting the heart. And on the intestines, interestingly, very high expression, in fact, of ACE2 receptor. So all of these really are sites of interaction between SARS-CoV-2 and a person who might be infected. And all of these are also sites that are known nutritional effects, micronutrient effects on the gut, on the lung, that might have an impact on disease outcome. So first, let's just look at the general evidence that's been emerging. So very recently, there's this paper here published from the gut on dietary intake, assessment of dietary intakes in the USA and the UK, where they were just looking generally at what they called a healthful plant-based diet index. But in fact, when they assess this index, this includes plant-based foods and non-plant-based foods. In fact, what they're calling this HPDI is what would generally be considered a nutritionally healthy diet, micronutrient rich diet. So what they see here is in persons who don't have a lot of socioeconomic deprivation. So it's the way they worded it is sort of opposite, but sort of persons who are doing fairly good from a socioeconomic standpoint. You see here that, in fact, having a diet that's of low quality certainly increased their risk of SARS-CoV-2 infection or manifestations of disease. If you get up to the intermediate levels of deprivation, now you see, even if you have a good quality diet, there's still increased risk of COVID-19. Of course, if you're in the lowest category, you still have the highest risk. And in fact, if you have the most socioeconomic deprivation, so you're in the lowest socioeconomic class, essentially, again, you see a much stronger increase in risk of COVID-19. And again, if you have a low quality diet, your risk tends to be higher. So this sort of illustrates that certainly diet is playing a substantial role in COVID-19, and also social factors are playing a very important role. So both of these things together seem to be linked. In another survey, very interesting, there was this app that was distributed, and some of you can probably access this on the web, in fact. But this group really distributed this app throughout the UK and the US and some other countries. And people responded by what sort of nutritional supplements they were consuming. And then subsequently, you could follow up if they did report that they became infected with COVID-19 or not. And a large number of users, about half a million users, this report, I think, recently published. But interestingly, you could get an idea really in the squares highlighted in blue. Consumption of which supplements tended to have a lower risk of COVID-19 symptoms. And you can see effects of omega-3, probiotics, interestingly enough, taking a multivitamin supplement, vitamin D. And you see here for vitamin C, which has been promoted in some ways as being important. In fact, there does not appear to be much evidence that vitamin C has a beneficial effects. And beyond this sort of overall risk, these authors were able to go through and say, well, let's look a bit more, carefully at the difference between males and females. And this showed that there was definitely a difference there, significant protective associations in females of this consumption of micronutrients, less so in males. And as I showed you before on the previous one, vitamin C, zinc, and garlic as an herb really tended to have no protective effect at all. So I think these studies highlight some potentially interesting aspects of nutrients, micronutrients specifically, but also highlight the fact that there are still, in fact, very few controlled trials, right, which is really what we need. We need good quality RCTs of nutrient supplementation, examining the impact of that on immunity to COVID-19. Now, this is just to highlight, from a micronutrient standpoint and an immune standpoint, there are many places in the pathways where there is an interaction between nutritional status, micronutrient intake, and immune function. And I don't want to go into all of these in detail. Of course, it's a very complex pathway. But it's just to highlight that, in fact, giving a micronutrient or a nutrient supplementation of some sort, you can't always predict what is going to happen just by what is already observed for the different pathways. You actually have to do the intervention trial itself. And I think, again, just to encourage that is really the main thing to look at. So having said that, let me take a bit of a deeper dive into a few of these. So zinc supplementation as a micronutrient. Many have speculated this could be important in SARS-CoV-2. We're still awaiting some results from specific intervention trials for that. But certainly zinc deficiency had been documented effect on infectious disease outcomes from the 1960s. By the 1980s, 1990s, there had been several RCTs showing the importance of zinc supplementation. This is just highlighting the burden of zinc deficiency really throughout the world. Indonesia, of course, India, other places here. But in fact, as I mentioned, by the 1990s, in fact, many randomized trials had been done. And I just show you some of the early results here of the summary of zinc effects that led to change in World Health Organization policy for recommendation of zinc supplementation as adjunctive treatment for diarrhea, based on these early recommendations by 2000, that routine zinc supplementation led to the reduction of diarrhea by 18%, reduction of prevalence by around 25%, and reduction of duration. Interestingly enough, in those early studies, there was in fact reports of reduced incidence of pneumonia or symptom-related acute lower respiratory tract infection. Subsequent studies related to zinc have also seen this effect, but not as strong as what was originally observed. And again, being able to look at that specifically as it might influence SARS-CoV-2 infection and COVID-19, that's something that needs to be done. But in terms of zinc, what's actually happening with zinc supplementation is really these very, very strong effects of zinc on immune function. And not only immune function, but the development of the immune system itself. It's been shown very clearly through multiple studies that zinc deficiency really interferes with the function of most cells of the immune system, monocytes, neutrophils, the B cells that produce antibody, and CD4 T cells, and also been shown to have effect on CD8 T cells. And zinc is highly regulated during infection, and there are multiple enzymes and zinc transporters that actually regulate the effects of zinc and zinc's effects even within the cell itself on being able to kill pathogens or inactivate their pathways. And in fact, zinc has also a very strong role in as antioxidant, or the regulation of antioxidant pathways. So again, its role potentially in the pathology of SARS-CoV-2 or the immunopathology could be extremely important and should be looked at in more detail. This is just to highlight, in fact, zinc has a critical role in the hematopoiesis. Remember that first slide I showed you how important zinc can be in creation of the immune cells. And in fact, this has been looked at very carefully here, particularly in animal experiments, originally discovered back in early 2000s, showing that in fact, the hematopoiesis, let's say, of these antibody producing cells, the pro-B cells, early pro-B cells, pre-B cells, that leading on to mature B cells in zinc deficient animals, in fact, there's a very strong reduction in cells that produce antibody. So again, highlighting that from a standpoint of intervention trials, it might be that zinc supplementation together with perhaps vaccine administration, it could potentially have an important role. Again, the intervention trials on those would be extremely important to do. So sort of the update on this, remember I showed you some of these earlier trials and pooled analyses, but in fact, around 5 years ago, There was another systematic review done, again, really highlighting the very persistent, strong effects of zinc supplementation on incidence of diarrhea. And again, these manifestations of SARS-CoV-2 from gastrointestinal standpoint could be important. Some of the research done on SARS-CoV-2 is showing that patients who had experienced gastrointestinal signs or severe manifestations of gastrointestinal problem with SARS-CoV-2 actually that was a risk factor for more severe disease as well. So again, very strong impact of zinc on gut functionality with respect to infectious diseases needs to be looked at more closely with respect to respiratory infection. So moving on, what about vitamin A? So we all know that vitamin A is a WHO recommendation. So children under 5 should be given a dose of vitamin A twice a year. And this is because it's shown to reduce death rates in children by around 23%. So that's why it's a global health policy. And how does vitamin A do this? Is it important from the standpoint of respiratory infections, perhaps SARS-CoV-2? So in fact, vitamin A is known to have a very important part in the regulation of the mucosal barriers of the lungs, of the gut as well. And this is long known. The actual mechanism itself of how vitamin A actually is protective is not well known. It certainly potentiates immune function as well. Now, the interesting thing about vitamin A, and actually some of the other nutrient supplements, is that their protection against certain diseases or potentiation of certain immune functions appears to be very specific. So here's an interesting example of vitamin A, actually a specific disease. Measles is something that, in fact, vitamin A has a very specific effect on. And again, potentially as a respiratory pathogen, this could maybe suggest an importance for vitamin A in SARS-CoV-2 infection. But in fact, it's global health policy currently that anyone experiencing, any child experiencing measles infection is supposed to receive high dose vitamin A supplementation. Likewise, vitamin A is shown to have a substantial impact in reduction of death from diarrhea. And this is some work I had done many years ago in Papua New Guinea showing that vitamin A supplementation, in fact, reduces malaria attack rates as well. So all of these suggest that vitamin A can have a strong effect on the immune system. And certainly it's been speculated specific pathways of vitamin A and carotenoids might have an impact on SARS-CoV-2. This is a nice sort of review article published last year on various pathways of nutrition and micronutrients and how they might affect immunity to SARS-CoV-2. So you see these pathways here of these vitamin A, the retinoids, how they can certainly affect T cell proliferation and antibody production. This issue of the retinoids leading to improved surfactant production. So as many of you know, really surfactants are these compounds produced in the alveoli, enabling when air comes in for the alveoli to expand to accommodate air by reducing the surface tension of any of the surface tension there between the cells. So surfactant production is extremely important. And again, that could be a way that carotenoid supplementation or vitamin A might reduce the severity of SARS-CoV-2. Again, RCT is very important there. And moving on to some other really important aspects, here's another nutrient that's been implicated in possible importance in SARS-CoV-2, vitamin D. Again, on the right here, I show some of these potential pathways, how vitamin D might have an impact. And there have been some systematic reviews looking at this. There, I think, currently are some trials of vitamin D supplementation ongoing with respect to SARS-CoV-2. In terms of systematic reviews for supportive evidence, This is the most recent one of effects of vitamin D on acute respiratory infection, essentially 43 RCTs involved in giving vitamin D and looking at outcomes on acute respiratory infection. So we see here a modest effect, significant, but a modest effect of vitamin D supplementation, overall protection against acute respiratory infection, suggesting possibly some benefit for SARS-CoV-2, although again, specific trials for SARS-CoV-2 need to be done. Again, you can see though, generally a modest effect, I would say. Moving on to some others that would be interesting to look at, vitamin B, B1, B2, B3, all of these, in fact, you can see on the right there, potential pathways where these could be having an effect on SARS-CoV-2, again, really needing to be explored more carefully. Other B vitamins, including vitamin B12, again, all of these important pathways, all involved in various enzyme activity, as a coenzyme for really important functions in the body. Incidentally, you may have seen some of the data that did come out on SSRIs. So the effect of some of these serotonin inhibitors for drugs given for anxiety, that some of these drugs were shown to have actually a protective effect against SARS-CoV-2 infection, in fact. And some of those pathways are, in fact, directly involving the B vitamins as well. So I think there is some evidence accumulating that, in fact, role of B vitamins in SARS-CoV-2 may be important. Again, vitamin E as an antioxidant, this is something that's been shown to be important, particularly in the elderly for other infections, including respiratory infections. Remains to be seen really what the specific role might be in SARS-CoV-2, but does warrant investigation. Now, coming to vitamin C, I think this is an issue of some controversy because certainly normal therapy has been in many places in the world, including here in Indonesia, to provide high-dose vitamin C as supportive therapy for persons with SARS-CoV-2. So you saw earlier in the reports from persons taking supplements that vitamin C supplements, in fact, didn't appear to have any benefit at all. In fact, those persons who reported taking vitamin C supplements actually had increased risk of developing SARS-CoV-2 infection. So these mechanisms supposedly of a benefit of vitamin C supplementation for respiratory infection or for SARS-CoV-2, again, not really proven at all. There's these ideas, there's certainly a plausibility that it could occur. But the fact that there might be increased risk as well, adverse effects of this on patient recovery need to be considered. And in fact, if you look carefully at the summary of where and when vitamin C supplementation has provided a benefit for infectious disease, the evidence is not very good at all, meaning that there appears to be not much justification for vitamin C to be given for protection against infections. There are a few exceptions of this where vitamin C appears to have a benefit for persons who are severely stressed in some way, and some effects on preventing upper respiratory tract infections in certain persons, but in hospitalized patients as well. Not much data indicating benefit of vitamin C, and probably should be a discontinued practice, especially considering some evidence indicating increased risk, actually. So I would encourage all associations of doctors and health professionals to really look very carefully at the administration of any nutrient supplements related to management of infectious disease. So I want to raise this other issue, which is very interesting, related to effects of a nutrient on an infectious disease. and in a different way, really, of how a micronutrient might affect disease ecology. So here's a very fascinating example of selenium and Keshan's disease in China, originally a strong association there. So there's a virus known as a Coxsackie virus, which results in cardiomyopathy. And so this was actually studied carefully in a mouse model of selenium deficiency. And the reason was that in a particular area of China, there's an area where there's substantial selenium deficiency. And this Keshan's disease or cardiomyopathy corresponds very closely to where this area of selenium deficiency is. So there was suspicion that maybe these would be linked in some way. So certainly in the laboratory, experiment was done, very interesting experiment, in fact, that you took a virus, the Coxsackie virus, which was thought to be a cause of this Keshan's disease. And if you put it in a selenium sufficient animal, that animal gets a bit sick, but it recovers. And if you isolate the virus from that animal and inject it into another selenium sufficient animal, same thing, there's really not a severe infection created. On the other hand, if you inject the virus into selenium deficient animal and you isolate the virus from that selenium deficient animal, and you now put that into a selenium healthy host, sufficient host, it in fact causes heart pathology. So somehow passing the virus through a selenium deficient host created a variant emerged of the virus that now was highly pathogenic. And they were able to look at this very carefully. And in fact, they found 6 genetic mutations of the original virus that were able to emerge in a selenium deficient host. But these mutations did not emerge if the host had sufficient selenium. So again, the variants that we're seeing in SARS-CoV-2 is one factor that might be contributing to the emergence of the variants in SARS-CoV-2. Could that be a malnourished population? This is unknown. What actually results in a variant emerging in some way? Currently not known. Nutrients, micronutrient deficiencies could be playing a role in that. So again, this is a new model, therefore, of infectious disease. It's not really new. I guess it was emerged more than 10 years ago. But I would say it's still new in the sense that it hasn't been appropriately pursued and to understand what the relevance of this to infectious disease in general. Let me skip forward a bit here to vaccine responses, in fact, right? Because this is one of the first studies published showing the AstraZeneca vaccine and its effectiveness. Subsequent to this, of course, there were other studies published of Moderna vaccine, the Pfizer vaccine, the CoronaVac. So all of these show some level of protection, but there is a gap, right? There is a gap. And so one wonders there that what is the effect of nutritional status on this gap in vaccine efficacy? And can nutritional adjuvants enhance the efficacy of vaccination? So again, this is something that would be important to look at. Good candidates for these nutritional adjuvants could be, for instance, vitamin A, vitamin D, zinc, and perhaps other things, right? So here's some interesting data on systematic review done several years ago, where they were in fact looking at different interventions that could possibly potentiate or increase the immune response. And you can see here, in fact, there does appear to be an influence. Vitamin D perhaps is, increasing the response of a vaccine. Here's 2 specific strains of influenza virus. And again, this point I made earlier that the predictability of a micronutrient on infection in general is not very good. There seems to be associations, very specific associations with certain infections and certain types of immune responses. So in this case, you see vitamin D, in fact, having a protective effect, potentiating the vaccine response for certain vaccines, but not others.
I'm sorry, Pak Anu, time, 1 minute left. Thank you.
Great. So just a couple of final points here. zinc and probiotics suggest they might improve the seroconversion. So that's a potentially important area of research to look at. And last, I want to just highlight this issue of vaccine protection, how long vaccine duration actually is there. You can see this differs amongst different vaccines that are given. And certainly for SARS-CoV-2, this data just published a few weeks ago, looking at duration of protection of SARS-CoV-2 vaccination, really dropping off very substantially after around 6 to 8 months. And again, is there a role here for nutrient supplementation, micronutrient supplementation to increase the duration of protection? So let me go forward here to the last slide. Really interaction between nutrition and infection. We know currently now that poor nutrition, point number 4, dysregulates the immune function. Poor nutrition can change infectious disease ecology. Therefore, someone who is malnourished in the population could be affecting the disease state of another person because of their ability to affect the disease ecology. So I think in summary, the key is that many of these nutrients need to be studied in more detail. We're still lacking evidence from RCTs. This is a good opportunity to pursue those sorts of intervention trials, and Indonesia is really an ideal place to do that sort of work. So I'm going to end there. Thank you so much, and I'm happy to discuss further any questions. Thank you so much.
All right. Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Anuradha Shankar. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, now we are going to the question and answer session. Well, I already had 3 questions here. The first is on the vitamin C. It is now a lot of practice of using vitamin C in high dosage, but based on your presentation, this vitamin C was not effective as it was perceived for the daily practice. How this can be applied?
Yeah, so I think that the very good thing to do is if someone wants to actually launch a trial of vitamin C as adjunctive therapy in SARS-CoV-2 infection or COVID-19 for hospitalized persons, that would be the smart thing to do. I've seen people cite some articles about the importance of vitamin C, and some of these articles are like from the 1940s or 1950s. I mean, I think that the accumulated evidence suggests that vitamin C really might not be having any effect at all. It could be harmful. So I would suggest doing the trials specifically for that. Yeah, you don't want to be harming a patient, right? So yeah.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Anuradha. The second, it is very interesting on selenium that the malnourishment can cause a mutation, yeah, although it is not clear on infection. But this nutrient is hardly recommended in the infection. It is added in MMN, I think. Do you think in high prevalence of infection and anemia, the dosage of selenium is already rational or not? Yeah. Yeah,
I think that's a very good question. I think the current dose of selenium in the MMS, like the one recommended for pregnancy, I think the current dose is likely to be adequate. If it's increased a bit, that's certainly okay also. I think the specific issue related to this effect of selenium deficiency on increasing the mutations. So this really relates to any sort of immunosuppression in some way, right? So selenium has a strong effect on the antioxidant pathways, which we know is important for immunity to infectious diseases. And so again, if there's a virus where we see, oxidation, attack by oxidation is very important, then selenium deficiency probably is going to be important there. But generally, anything that's going to result in immunosuppression is going to open the door for more mutants of the virus to survive and then to be spread onto other persons. So what's fascinating is that this immunosuppression due to nutrient deprivation in some way creates a gateway where the virus has space to create more heterogeneity, possibly leading to a variant to emerge that would not otherwise have emerged. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Anuraj. I think it's an interesting question. So the last question is about the comorbid. Yeah. They asked about the role of dietary supplements among people with the comorbid. Maybe you want to show the data or the RCT publication regarding the correlation of the dietary and people with the comorbid.
Yeah, so I think that so it's not really clear at this point, like what are the benefits of which types of supplements, nutrient supplements would be useful to be giving. Comorbidities are definitely, a risk factor for severe SARS-CoV-2 outcome. In the data that was collected by these large surveys that I was mentioning earlier, I believe in those papers, they highlight in some cases the interaction between those and the symptoms reported. So there appears to be in these associative studies some association between or synergy between nutrient intake and comorbidities, reduction of those. But again, these are, large-scale surveys, associative, analyses, and really it's the trials that we need. We have enough evidence certainly to think that trials would be justified. And I think starting those trials at scale would be the most important thing, to do. So I think anyone who wants to write a proposal of a high-quality RCT looking at these nutrients, that's what should be done, and get funding and, do that. That would be very, very important. Yes.
Yeah, hopefully. Okay, thank you, Dr. Anuraj. And I think because the time is still, I think we still have the time. So I would like to read the fourth question from Fu Ling Huat.
Yeah.
He or she asks, "Hi, Dr. Anuraj. Many thanks for your great presentation. Thank you, Dr. Fu. May I know, do you aware about any recent finding on probiotics on immunity response in relation to the COVID-19?
Yes, very good question. So I showed some data there on the administration of probiotics, potentiating increasing the immune response to vaccination. But in fact, there are a few other trials of probiotics, small trials, suggesting that probiotics could have a beneficial effect in prevention or recovery from COVID-19. Dr. Rina Agustina, who I think is here with us today as well, she and her team have conducted a systematic review of the gut-lung axis, and they have observed, I think she presented some of this earlier during this conference, that in fact, consumption of probiotics seems to potentiate protection through the gut-lung axis against respiratory infections. And so I think that the evidence right now for probiotics is highly suggestive of a benefit for SARS-CoV-2. And I think, again, more detailed intervention trials really for what specific probiotics, right? Remember, probiotics is a big thing, right? Many different ones, and they all have different activities, different biological activity. So I think this is a very important hot topic area of research. So I think my personal opinion is there's something very important there. Probiotics could play a very big role in SARS-CoV-2 going forward. So I encourage you to get those trials launched as soon as possible.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I think we still have one question.
Sure.
Yeah, from Dr. Nani Cahyani. We knew from long time ago that managing nutrient intake and physical activity are the safest way to have. What should be the point of interest at this moment in nutrition field, in nutrition point of view, I think? Yeah.
So there's two aspects to that. So, one is that based on what we know already, I mean, certainly there's nothing new about, maintaining a healthy diet, daily exercise, healthy diet, healthy microbiome, I think is increasingly recognized as being important too. So microbiome-friendly diet, I think, is very important. But beyond that, I think that there's actually very little known, in fact, about nutritional modulation of health in a systematic way. Like, how do you apply nutrients and what combinations, what time, which ones together at when, either before disease or afterwards, that results in a direct improvement in outcomes. And actually, there's a very strong gap in knowledge between intervention and how these interventions work at the cellular basis to create these sort of clinical outcomes. So again, the big gap in the world is a large-scale work linking together mechanistic work and clinical work. So I think this is where the future direction is from a nutritional standpoint, is really diving much deeper into which nutrient combinations for which region can have an effect, give those as intervention trials, and link those with very detailed biological studies so we understand what is going on and how to further improve that. So we're still at the era in science in general. Most things are just sort of on an observed phenomenon. Unpacking that is still unclear. Even from a vaccination standpoint, think about this. We basically just take these vaccines, we create something, we inject this, right? And it has an effect. So we know that the immune response will have a reaction to this. But how the immune response is actually doing this, how to create a smart vaccine to train the immune system, there's nothing known about this, in fact. So it's all of you great scientists out there to formulate very interesting hypotheses and to test those, to move us toward a new era of smart interventions, right? Smart nutrition, smart immune boosting. These are the things that are still not known. So we all have a lot of work to do. Good questions.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Dr. Anuraj, for the excellent answers and also great questions from all the participants. Because the time is restricted, I would like to say apologies in advance. Ladies and gentlemen, Professor, Doctor, finally we are at the end of the part of the discussion. I would like to take the conclusion from what Dr. Anuraj Shankar have presented. A key point is to understand how and why certain groups of people are more susceptible for COVID-19, whether they have weakened immune systems, and what the roles of good nutrition and specific micronutrients are in supporting immune functions. Nutrition is one of multiple factors that determines the immune response, and good nutrition is important in supporting the immune response. A varied and balanced diet and the essential nutrients such as omega-3, vitamin D, vitamin E, vitamin B, vitamin C, and the minerals such as zinc, selenium, magnesium, probiotics, and are known to contribute to the normal functions of the immune system. It is important to highlight evidence-based public health message to prevent false and misleading claims about the benefits of food and food supplements, and to communicate clearly that the extent of knowledge between micronutrients and COVID-19 infection is still being explored, and healthy diet will prevent from COVID-19 infection, and also physical activity. Okay, thank you. I would like to say thank you again to the speaker, Dr. Anuraj Shankar, for the informative and excellent presentation, and to all of the participants for the active participation. Hopefully, the participation and will be beneficial for everybody. Thank you for joining this keynote lecture, and hope you have fruitful discussion. I will offer to this session to Master of Ceremony.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. For our next agenda, we will have a panel discussion discussing a topic of nutrition, functional food, nutrient supplement, and herbal medicine in daily practices. This session will be moderated by Dr. Rina Agustina, Master of Science, PhD. Dr. Rina graduated as a medical doctor from the Faculty of Medicine, Universitas Gadjah Mada in 1997, then proceeded to receive her Master's in Science in Nutrition degree from Universitas Indonesia in 2000, and received her PhD in Human Nutrition from Wageningen University in 2010. Currently, Dr. Rina is the head of Human Nutrition Research Center in IMERI Faculty of Medicine, Universitas Indonesia, and a lecturer at the Faculty of Medicine, Universitas Indonesia. Without further ado, let us welcome Dr. Rina.
All right, thank you very much for the introduction. Okay. Yeah, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, all of you all over the world. As mentioned by the Master Ceremony, I'm Dr. Rina Agustina from the Human Nutrition Research Center. I'm going to moderate this session and would like to extend a very warm welcome, especially to distinguished panelists today and to all of you in this last day of the 6th Eyes on IMERI event. Our panel discussion today is about very, very interesting and timely topic, functional food, nutrient supplement, and herbal medicine in daily practice with expert in the field, Professor Dr. Kristiani Jayakumara Henry, Deputy Executive Director, Singapore Institute of Food and Biotechnology Innovation, and also Director of Clinical Nutrition Research Center at A-Star Singapore, and also Professor Department of Biochemistry, National University of Singapore. And we also have Dr. Vyastuti Wijaksono. She's an expert on nutrition and now lecturing at Department of Nutrition, Faculty of Medicine, Universitas Indonesia. And of course, we also have Dr. Ingrid Tania, who's really keen and expert on herbal medicine. So people maybe wonder what is functional food, what is known to have an effect on the nutrition supplement, as well as how the practice on herbal medicine, what an example of that, and how we can choose the right one. So what we have discussed today, the importance and benefit of functional food in daily practice. Before the discussion begin, the distinguished panelists will be invited to give their view and their presentation for about 10 minutes each. So now I would like to firstly invite Professor Kristiani Jayakumara Henry. We always call him Professor Jaya. Welcome, Professor Jaya.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much.
I hope the COVID in Singapore is going down.
It is going down. Thank you.
Yeah, that's great. Yes. So, okay, we will invite you to speak, and also Professor Dr. Vyastuti and also Dr. Ingrid. So first, I would like to read a curriculum vitae of Professor Jaya. Please, from the committee, would you share that? Thank you. Yeah. Okay. Here, Professor Jaya is, as mentioned earlier, Professor of Biochemistry from the Yonglu Lin School of Medicine from the National University of Singapore, and he has PhD in Human Nutrition, and also a Master and PhD in Human Nutrition from University of London, as Professor at the Biochemistry Department and Director of Clinical Nutrition Science at the A-Star. So, Professor Jaya, without further ado, we would like to have you to present, and the committee will help you on presenting the presentation.
Lovely.
So, yeah.
Firstly, a very big thank you to Professor Rina Augustine for inviting me today to what has been a wonderfully exciting program. So thank you to you and your committee for putting together a wonderful program. So I think, are the slides all in order? Yeah, okay. So I want to talk about functional foods in daily practice. And to do that, what I thought I'll do is to start by reflecting on what really do we mean by functional foods. Next slide, please. So I think the slides are a little bit overcrowded. Can somebody help to pull it back into shape?
Maybe I can present myself, because that seems to be maybe the committee let me present, because it seems to be very clear. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Can you share that, and then I will present. Thank you. Is it looks better, Professor?
Yeah, that's much better. Super, super. So next slide, please.
Okay.
So I think we need to make it very clear that a functional food are foods that offer a health benefit over and above their nutritional value. This is very important because all foods have some nutritional value, but I think functional food differentiates itself by saying that it must have a health benefit, and I'll come back to that. In fact, what is quite interesting is that the concept of functional foods really comes from our region, notably Japan, where in the 1980s they conceived that with their increasingly aging population, how can we use food as a functional attribute in addition to their nutrition? And as you know, Japan is the market leader worldwide on functional foods, which now we embrace in all parts of the APAC and in Western world as well. Now, we need to stop to ask ourselves, how do we define functional foods? And there are four broad categories. Now, these broad categories are normally defined by the US FDA or the UK Food Standard Agency or the European Food Safety Agency. But I know in Indonesia, you also have very strict regulations on what we define functional foods. But unfortunately, in our ASEAN region, we don't have a unified configuration of what we call functional foods. It is dependent and relied upon by each country. And so that's an important point for us to remember. So there are four examples of functional foods. First is called a nutrient content claim. The other is a structure function claim. The third is a health claim. And the last one is a qualified health claim. What do we mean by that? So next slide, please. Let's look at some examples. So here is a very good example of red palm oil, which is a nutrient content claim. We don't make any claims about its implication. We simply say it's a very rich source of beta-carotene. Paradoxically, red palm oil has the richest source of beta-carotene in the entire plant kingdom. But ironically, we deodorize it, we decolorize it, and eat it and consume it as a white liquid. So this is an example of a highly rich nutrient content food that we can make a claim about, but we don't use it in the way it should be. So that's a nutrient content claim. The second is a structure functional claim, and the best example is milk. It says it contains calcium and vitamin D for bone health. So it makes a claim related to a particular part of the body, the bone, and that's what we call the structure functional claim. The third is a very lucid claim that is incontrovertible based on extensive data, which is that low salt foods have an impact on hypertension. So that's a health claim that's indisputable, incontrovertible. Then the last one is what we call a qualified health claim, which means that there is some evidence for its claim attribute, but not fully substantiated by clinical trials. So that we say dietary fiber from fruits and cereals may reduce blood glucose. We can see how the emergence of the evidence required for each of these is different. And most of all, there's a clear marcation between nutrient content claims compared to a health claim. And I hope that's quite important to distinguish in our discussion. Next slide, please. Now, here is an example of a variety of foods that have got very good evidence based on both epidemiological and randomized control trials that we can have a health claim for. Now, can anybody tell me there is one food here that I've deliberately put that is really not able to be called a food with health claim? Can anybody guess what it is? And since I can't hear you, I'm going to tell you what it is. The one that has no real scientific substantiate is the one called the bitter gourd, which is the second one on the top column. There's a lot of anecdotal evidence from our parents and our grandparents that bitter gourd will reduce blood glucose, but let me repeat, there is absolutely no evidence to demonstrate that at all. So let's park a few of these just for us to reflect what they are about. Sorry, go back to the next slide, please. Yeah. So we know that turmeric, which is widely used in all parts of our world, is an excellent antioxidant and also an anti-inflammatory. It's been proved demonstratively to be important relevance for cognitive health and for heart health. So that's a very good evidence of a functional food. We then have cinnamon bark, not the cassia, but the proper cinnamon bark has been shown to reduce cholesterol and, much more cholesterol, the glycemic response. And we then have sesame seed on the left-hand bottom, which has got sesamol and the omega-3 and the omega-6 fatty acids that have been shown to demonstrably reduce both cholesterol, triglycerides, and also for heart health. The other one that you may be familiar with is with fenugreek. Fenugreek is a very interesting herb, as you know, used as a spice in many parts of the world. It does get a very nice galactomannan that has been shown to reduce blood glucose and also the saponins in them that also reduce incontrovertibly cholesterol and triglycerides. Green tea, widely consumed in this part of the world. Amazingly, green tea contains catechins and a modest amount of caffeine. Both of them, as you know, are intensely thermogenic, and therefore increasing diet-induced thermogenesis will reduce your risk of gaining weight and reduce your risk of getting obese. So these are some examples that I can pull out from the literature that are close to our country and our hearts that actually have relevance in terms of proven health benefits. Next slide, please. But there are some challenges. Now, we live in a part of the world, Indonesia and all parts of ASEAN region that's represented in your presentation here. We are surrounded by a cacophony of plants and incredibly important food systems for which we have limited research to authenticate their functional food. So I think our biggest challenge, and I hope this meeting will be a trigger, how do we gain expert research paradigm on these underexploited foods that can become functional foods? Because in the absence of information, this is an area where there is a lot of people and opportunities for making false claims. I always make the statement, it's easy for us to peddle snake oil instead of fish oil. So we need to make sure that we don't allow snake oil to be marketed in our part of the world, but fish oil. And that's very important. Fourth point is laws and regulations on functional foods are hard to implement. As you know, you can always find a loophole to look at how to market and deploy these things. But I think, interestingly, we have to find a way to differentiate between folklore, anecdotal observations, and scientific validity. And I finally want to end by saying we are in a golden region of the world where there is so much of opportunity for us to exploit and market and nurture functional foods. And I urge that we have a closer regional collaboration to substantiate and to discover many of the undiscovered functional foods that can improve the health of people in our region and in the world to come. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you very much, Professor Jaya. So this is very inspiring, especially when you mentioned this is a golden era, that we can think of the collaboration of regional mindset on how we can actually stimulate a lot of local food. Yeah, so then we can lead the world. Of the
yes,
Asian
exactly.
Okay, that's very inspiring, Prof. So let me continue for the second one, Dr. Viastuti Wicaksono. Here, I would like to read the curriculum vitae of her. So, Dr. Vias, how are you? Welcome. Yeah.
Fine, thank you very much, Dr. Rina.
Yeah. Okay. Dr. Vias has the clinical nutrition specialist from Universitas Indonesia after having the magister program as well as medical degree from the Universitas Indonesia, as well as having the doctorate program. So she's really expert in the field of clinical nutrition. So we would like to have her to present about how the nutrition supplementation in the daily practice on her view. So the time is yours, Dr. Vias. So you would like to share your own slide, right? Yeah.
Yes, it is. Thank you. This is my slide. The organizing committee asked me to discuss about nutrient supplementation in daily practice. Thank you very much for the organizing committee, and thank you very much for the participant in this weekend, Sunday, still entering the discussion of the nutrition supplementation. Okay, is it my slide and my voice clear, Dr. Rina?
Very clear, very clear. Thank you. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, this is the topic the organizing committee give to me. Yeah, the first, maybe we have to know what is supplement. Yeah, supplement is a product from our mouth contain a dietary ingredient. Yeah, this is the law of defined dietary supplement. And the dietary ingredient include vitamin, mineral, amino acid, and herbs or botanical, as well as other substance that can be used to supplement the diet. And dietary supplement come from many forms, including tablet, capsule, powder, maybe energy bars or liquid. And they label as dietary supplement may include vitamin or mineral product or botanical or herbal product or maybe amino acid product or enzyme supplement. Okay, this is in Indonesia from BPOM, suplemen makanan. I think it's almost similar with from the FDA supplementation. Jadi suplemen makanan adalah produk yang dimaksudkan untuk melengkapi kebutuhan zat gizi makanan, mengandung satu atau lebih bahan berupa vitamin, mineral, asam amino, atau bahan lain yang berasal dari tumbuhan atau bukan tumbuhan yang mempunyai nilai gizi atau efek fisiologis dalam jumlah terkonsentrasi. I think there's a lot of supplement in Indonesia. The important thing is a supplement safe. Yeah, many dietary supplements have clean safety histories, and some dietary supplements have been shown to be beneficial for certain health condition. Yeah, like the important thing may be in Indonesia for pregnant mother, like folic acid is already recommendation from the medical doctor that the women start to pregnant need folic acid. That's an example. But some supplements have had to be harmful effect. Important thing is do not self-diagnose any health condition. You should work with the healthcare professional and determine how best to achieve optimal health, and do not substitute dietary supplement for a prescription medicine or therapy. And do not assume that term natural in relation to a product. Ensure that the product is wholesome or safe. And this is a fact about supplement in Indonesia. Indonesia has the second highest growth of health and supplement product innovation. And Indonesia grow 15% per annum. So it's like Prof. Jayakumar said that functional food is a very big business. Nutrient supplement is the same. Yeah, and then if we look at the supplement, who may need to take the supplement? Maybe this is the important thing: infant or toddlers, and then women, older adult, yeah, lansia in Indonesia, and maybe people with special medical condition. This is I show you the most used natural product by U.S. adult. Yeah, we can see that this the most supplement used in U.S. The highest is the fish oil or omega-3, or DHA or EPA fatty acid, and then glucosamine and chondroitin and probiotic. How about in Indonesia? This is Indonesian data show us that the top 10 popular health food product or supplement is multivitamin, fish oil, omega-3, probiotic. I think these three is almost the same with the US use supplement. Yeah, but the important thing is we know how is the evidence base of each supplement. This is an example effect of omega-3, yeah, for CVD prevention. Yeah, we know this is from meta-analysis 2021. The result of this that cardiovascular disease remains the leading cause of death worldwide. Same in Indonesia too. Cardiovascular disease is still the leading cause of Indonesian mortality. And we know that from this meta-analysis 2021, supplementation with EPA or DHA, is an effective lifestyle strategies for CVD prevention, and the protective effect probably increase with doses. So we know we should know the doses. This is the pool result from the meta-analysis for CVD events, and then myocard infarct, and then cardio heart disease event, and then fatal myocard infarct and cardio heart disease mortality. We know that the EPA and DHA or omega-3 have a good result for CVD events. And the others, because now we are in pandemic condition, I present to you the meta-analysis of a supplement for the COVID-19. And this is the result. Yeah, this I show you. This is the overall and the females and the males. I think the important thing for nutrient supplement is how is the evidence base. As a take-home message, studies have found that some dietary supplement may have some benefit, but study of some supplement haven't supported claims made about them. So we have to know based on scientific evidence. I think that's all my presentation, Dr. Rina. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much, Dr. Fias. Very important, informative. And of course, we have to be very careful, Dr. Fias, on taking the supplement, and should be based on the evidence. Okay, thank you once again. So we will go then to the next speaker, next panelist, Dr. Ingrid Tania. She has the medical doctor background and master on herbal science of Universitas Indonesia. And now she is the head of the Perkumpulan Dokter Pengembangan Obat Tradisional, or let's say the Association of Medical Doctor who developed the traditional medicine and also the herbal medicine in Indonesia. So Dr. Ingrid, the time is yours, the floor is yours. So would you share a presentation?
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Rina, for the introduction, and thank you for the opportunity giving to me to present or talk about herbal medicine in daily practices. My presentation will be divided in the three parts. The first one is introduction to herbal medicine, and the second one is a characteristic of herbal medicine and comparative analysis of conventional medicine, and challenges in using herbal medicine in daily practices, and take-home message. So what is herbal medicine, or phytomedicine, or phytotherapy? Herbal medicine is the study and the use of medicinal plants for medicinal purpose. In this case, to treat disease, maintain health, and enhance well-being. But in some countries, such as China, herbal medicines may contain tradition, natural, organic, or inorganic active ingredients that are not of plant origin. For example, animal and mineral materials. So what's the importance of herbal medicine? We know that about 50% of drugs available in the last several decades had natural origin, and around 27 anti-cancer drugs were from natural sources. And the use of herbal medicine has increased tremendously over the past 3 decades, with not less than 80% of people worldwide relying on them for some part of primary healthcare. And the burden of the COVID-19 pandemic has led to people seeking alternative treatment as preventives and treatment options, such as herbal medicine. Herbal medicine is more complex than conventional medicine because herbal medicine includes the use of wild or cultivated plant materials in fresh or dried form, such as leaves, flowers, fruit, seeds, stem, wood, bark, roots, rhizomes, and other plant parts, which might be entire, fragmented, or powder. Herbal medicine also includes the use of other plant materials such as fresh herbal juice, gums, fixed oils, essential oils, or resins. And herbal medicine also includes the use of herbal extracts, including the use of herbal fraction, and the use of a finished herbal product consists of one or more herbal preparation made from one or more herbs, or we can call it mixture herbal products. And the usage of herbal medicine can be done in 2 ways. We can use in the paradigm of traditional use or scientific use, where the traditional use generally are used mixtures of many plants, often more than 10 together, synergistic effect, and products often do not contain any reference to the chemical constituent nor extraction techniques. So it is generally believed safe and without any adverse reaction. On the other part, scientific use of herbs is generally used purified and standardized extract, which consists chemical constituent that have a pharmacological activity and are used as symptomatic for prevention or treatment. So it is common to generate possible side effect, contraindication, and drug interaction, and etc. Plants, including medicinal plants, consist of primary metabolites and secondary metabolites. And the primary metabolites giving nutrition to us who consume the plants. And the secondary metabolites are giving pharmacological effects and also toxic effects. There are so many plant secondary metabolites such as terpenes, phenolics, nitrogen-containing compound, and sulfur-containing compounds. So what are the differences between herbal drugs and conventional drugs? Herbal drugs contain a wide variety of active and inactive compounds in lower concentration. So it is generally have fewer side effects with moderate use. In the other part, conventional drug contains single active compound in higher concentration. So they generally act faster. And the concentration and composition of active compounds, mostly secondary metabolites in herbal drugs, may vary with many factors, such as amount of sunlight, rainfall, temperature, soil, and season. So the standardization is more difficult. Conventional drug consists only a single active compound. So the standardization is much more easier. And the composition of active compounds of herbal drugs may act synergistically or antagonistically, thus determining the mode of use. And due to complexity of the mixture of the active compounds of herbal drugs, they may exert multiple mechanisms. Conventional drug, because they only have single active compound, they generally exert single mechanism. So what's the major activities of herbal medicine? Many plants have function as adaptogen. Adaptogen is a compound that help the body to adapt to various stress and how the body can achieve internal homeostasis. And many medicinal plants has so much activities such as antimicrobial activity, anti-cancer, antioxidant, anti-diabetic, immunomodulating activity, anti-inflammatory, anti-hepatotoxicity or hepatoprotector, antifungal activity, anti-ulcer property, and also wound healing activities. These are the examples of herbal medicine that have good efficacy proven by research. Echinacea, black seed, green chireta, Philanthus niruri or meniran has immunomodulatory effect. Turmeric, ginger, black seed have anti-inflammatory activities. Green tea has antioxidant activities, and Java turmeric is a good hepatoprotector. Turmeric is a good anti-ulcer agent. Panax, ginseng, and licorice is a good adaptogen. Cinnamon is a good anti-diabetic agent. Trigonella, or we call klabet in Indonesia, fenugreek, has anti-cholesterol activity. Allium sativum or garlic has anti-platelet activity. Green chireta and black seed has antivirus activity. St. John's wort has antidepressant activity. Kava is an anti-anxiety agent. And ginkgo biloba is anti-dementia agent. And valerian is a good anti-insomnia. And honey is one of the example of wound healing agent. So what are the challenges of using herbal medicine in daily practices? We know that especially in Indonesia, physicians have limited knowledge about herbal medicine. And there is also skepticism among physicians about the safety and effectiveness of herbal medicine that have been proven through empirical experience across generations. And there is a lack of clinical evidence in safety and efficacy. There is also difficulties in designing a methodology of herbal clinical trial. There is also minimum data available regarding herb and herb-drug interaction. And there is also lack of mechanism to monitor safety of herbal medicine. And there is lack of standardization of crude herbs and finished herbal products. And some certain extent of adulteration in herbal products. In Indonesia, we only have 26 phytopharmaca, 26 herbal medicine that have clinical evidence. So this is this is the challenge that we have to we have to go through by maximize the clinical trial. As take-home message, I would like to quote what Benedum has said. It would be frivolous and unscientific to dismiss the collective empirical experience of more than 50 generations of patients and physicians as simply a placebo effect. In my opinion, we need to learn from Japan. In Japan, Kampo medicine or herbal medicine is widely practiced and fully integrated into the modern healthcare system since 1976. In 2001, the Ministry of Education, Culture, Sports, Science, and Technology decided to incorporate Kampo medical education into the core curriculum of all medical schools. So the nation's medical school curriculum educates physicians on the theories and the use of Kampo medicine. Kampo doctors are medical doctors and members of a non-governmental academic society, and all hospitals and clinics are regarded as conventional medicine or Western medicine facilities, even if traditional medicine is practiced there. About 70 to 90% of Japanese physicians prescribe some Kampo medicine to their patient based on patient symptoms. And Kampo medicine are given alone or in combination with contemporary Western medicine. And 148 Kampo formula are prescribed by medical doctors and listed under the Japanese insurance program. And Kampo practitioners are also able to use decoction, selecting several herbs from among 243 kinds available under the insurance system. And Japan investigates Kampo medicine from the perspective of both Kampo medicine and conventional Western medicine. The research models used for studying Kampo medicine are all Western, and the approach is based on conventional Western disease nosology and conventional immunology.
Dr. Ingrid, time is up now. Yeah.
Does Kampo stands out as evidence-based medicine? Okay, this is the last statement, Dr. Rina. Crude drugs and Kampo extract have been listed in the Japanese pharmacopy. Both the approval standards and the quality standards play a key role in regulation of Kampo products. Thank you for your attention. Let's stop share the slide.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Ingrid, for very informative information. And we would like to go on now with, we would like to go on with a lot of questions coming. And I already summarized the question. So maybe I would like to put it in order. Here, I also already put it in the slide. So let me start from Professor Jaya. Yeah. So this is Professor Jaya, the questions from the audience, from the website, as well as from the, would like to take out this question, Professor Jaya. So I would I will not read this question. So yeah, okay. From the first one, from Junia, and then
So Junia's question is a very, very interesting one, and I don't think we can have a consensual response because, as we already mentioned, even the foods that we need to provide that have got good evidence of functional attributes that are based on science is quite limited. So what foods to avoid in a time like COVID is even harder to say. But what this tells you is that what was very heartening is that all the three speakers today, from the Herbal colleague that talked a moment ago, the supplement colleague, and myself, we are all making three very important sentences. One is that we are living in a region of the world that has got tremendous opportunity to make functional foods and foods that are herbal in origin or supplements for health. We need to do more research to transform these anecdotal observations into reality. And I totally agree with you. We cannot ignore the 50, 60 generations of expertise that we have. So in a sense, I think your meeting really sort of stimulates us to look more carefully at this highly neglected area of science, in my humble view. Thank you. And the second question?
I will share again, Prof.
Thank you.
Okay. You have actually 4 questions.
Okay.
Yeah. The second one from Dr. Anurag Shankar from Oxford University. Yes. It's about DASH diet, Prof.
Yes. So Anurag's question is a very elegant one. Again, the problem is with the DASH diet, as you know, it's a very sort of conservatively reflective diet that's also based on salt reduction, etc. But I think the problem that we have is that the kind of foods that we eat in Asia is so different to what we eat in the West. One good example is that most of us in the region eat copious amount of rice. As you know, in the West, we eat a small handful of rice. In Asia, we eat mountains of rice. So that already puts us into a high glycemic index load. So therefore, I think some of these lessons that we are learning from a dietary patterns in our region have to be much more relevant to our lifestyle and our eating habits. Because unfortunately, most of the fundamental research that has come out of nutrition in particular is really from the West, and it's only in the past 20 to 30 years that we have started to have research emerging from this region. So I think there is a good synergy required for much more collaboration between people living in the West and people living in the East, so that we can actually benefit from both our expertise and our knowledge. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think we can continue for the next question, Dr. Jaya.
Okay.
Yeah, so this is from Devi and Ervi Praviantini about the way to prepare a food and how this actually get the best content. So you could
very good. So if you look at the way in which we cook food in the East, either we use water or we use oil. So in my advice, the best way to cook particularly things like vegetables that have the need for preservation is to use hot oil, which can increase the temperature of your food to more than 200 degrees for a short period of time. So time and temperature are the ones that kill all the bacteria, and also all the vitamins and the phytochemicals. So if you use water, the maximum temperature will be 95 to 100 degrees, and you cook it for half an hour, 1 hour, when all the vitamins are leached out. So if I was you, if you want to use any vegetable-based products, use oil as you do in a wok. Quick temperature, time, and high temperature will be the way in which you will preserve your food. How would you choose for the food and food supplements for a daily consumption? Is there any recommendation how to choose these? Well, I think the short answer is everything in moderation. It will be very, very dangerous for me, for example, knowing that, a rice bran oil, which is very, very good because it contains orezine and all the omega-3 fatty acids to reduce your cholesterol and triglycerides, but you can't end up having 100 or 200 ml of rice bran oil. So 20, 25 grams. So everything in moderation is what I would say to you. And I'm afraid for the question about, is there any scientific evidence that is proven for using functional foods in the prevention of coronavirus? I think the short answer is no. And I will be very churlish to say there is, but I think this is an area that is well worth pursuing and doing research on. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Professor Jaya. So we will continue later when we have more questions. So I will then continue to Dr. Viastuti for the next question. Yeah, okay. Dr. Vias, there's questions from Dr. Anu, and on the what is the consumption gap currently in Indonesia for PUFA, omega-3 fatty acid? Maybe you can also inform about several studies related to this one, Professor. Dr. Vias, the time is yours. Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Rina, and thank you, Prof. Anu, for your question. Yes, in my perception, I think dietary supplement need to fill the gap of our requirement from RDA or from AKG in Indonesia with our food pattern. If we already know, I agree with Prof. Jaya that we should learn about our food pattern. If our food pattern are not fill the requirement of our specific nutrient, we can fill it with functional food or dietary supplement. In Indonesia, we have data show us that our PUFA pattern intake is very small. Our total fat is almost the same with other country. We have data compared to 40 country. Our total fat is almost the same, but our saturated fat is quite high. So the PUFA and the MUFA is very small percentage. That's why we need to first we have to educate the people, but it's not easy. It takes quite a long time and maybe some generation, but easier is to introduce some functional food and some nutrient dietary supplementation. That's for the answer for Prof. Anu. I know that our data show us like fruit and vegetable. Our data show us that we are 95.5% are deficiency in consuming fruit and vegetable. Calcium, the RDA, the AKG of Indonesia is about 1,000 until 1,200 milligram. But the data show us our intake is only about 300. And then the vitamin D, we have data that more than 80% our women are deficiency in vitamin D. Yeah, for the fast response to fill the requirement, I think is with functional food and dietary supplement. That's my answer, Dr. Rina.
Thank you, Dr. Fias. So very detailed answer for that question. And of course, there's a lot of practice as well on the use of some dosage with quite high, it's actually also being recommended by medical people as well, which actually also take up by the community. So what do you think about that high dosage on certain vitamin and mineral now is being recommended?
Thank you, Dr. Rina, for the question. As a physician nutrition specialist, we have to learn that the RDA or the AKG is very important for everybody. And to meet the criteria, to meet the requirement is very important too. Yeah. So I think that's the basic how to give dietary supplementation, not with the high doses. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Fias. This is very in line with the lecture from Dr. Anura Sankar in the beginning. So we have to be also see what actually the scientific evidence about each of the nutrient and has to be very cautious about taking it up. Okay, the next one, thank you, Dr. Fias. So the next one will be the question for Dr. Ingrid. So I have several questions for you. So perhaps we can start from the first one. Let me share the screen. Yeah. Oops. So, yeah. This one from Dewi Sofia from Indonesia and Dr. Anu. Yeah, Dr. Ingrid, please, can you respond to these questions? On the first one, on the herbal extract, yeah? may be contaminated, adulterated, and may contain toxic compounds. How can we differentiate which one is safe to consume and unsafe? Yeah. Dr. Ingrid, are you going to?
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah. I mean,
Thank you.
I'm afraid my voice is not. Sometimes it's unstable. Yeah. Okay.
I haven't unmute.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Dewi Sofia, for the question. We cannot differentiate which one the herbal extract which are pure, which one is adulterated. We cannot differentiate. Only the FDA can do testing in their lab, or research institute can do research to test the purity, the authenticity, and the standardization of the chemical marker of the herbal product. So we only depends. We can only depends on the regulator, Indonesian FDA, Badan POM.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Dr. Ingrid. So that's the next question from Dr. Anu. Yeah. So let me share again. Question. Yeah. What is the underlying conceptual paradigm that traditionally herbalists use to decide what to describe to whom and for what purpose? For example, there are often belief systems around classification of hot or cold foods. There are matched to counteract health condition considered as hot or cold. Can you comment on this? Also on some herbal remedies sold or combined a mixture, yeah, with the active allopathic active compound. What is the basis of that practice? Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Anuraj, for the question. In traditional herbal medicine, there is a binary opposition paradigm, namely hot-cold paradigm. The traditional herbalist will take a history and physically examine the patient, as well as a personality type, so that a diagnosis is made whether this patient health problem is cold characteristic or hot characteristic. If it is hot, the herbalist will give cold herbal therapy in order to achieve balance. And for the second question, the basis of mixing allopathic chemical compounds with herbs is because herbs consist of the wide variety of active and inactive compounds in low concentration. So it usually cannot provide instant effects. So that the product is purchased by consumers, manufacturers or producer mix herbs with chemicals, with allopathic chemicals, to produce instant effect. That's. I hope I answer the questions.
Okay. Thank you. Actually, there are two more questions, but our time is up. So there are also questions from Professor Jaya and Dr. Fias, but of course, I will forward it later to the WhatsApp. Yeah. So
Thank you.
So I would like to take up the opportunity to thank all the panelists. I think we come now to the end of this panel discussion, and let me have just a little conclusion, perhaps, which I think very important when Professor Jaya mentioned how we need to collaborate in our region to really identify the enormous amount of functional food that can be substantiated. Yeah, so we need to be having more studies on this one because of the lot of limited clinical trial and also at the same time opportunity on marketing, which still a false claim. So I think the FDA in Indonesia also quite have a very important role on this one, especially some of the regulation, as mentioned by Professor Jaya, had hard to implement and also difficult to differentiate the folklore and from the scientific validity. Okay, thank you, Professor Jaya, very inspiring.
Thank you.
Yeah, so we hope we can have a more discussion with you in the future.
Very happy, very happy.
And Professor Dr. Fiastuti mentioned about dietary supplement that actually are a substance that might be used to add the nutrients to your diet, to our diet. Some clinicians advocate for the use of vitamin and mineral supplements to treat respiratory viral infection. And this, of course, needs to be supported by ongoing studies and to evaluate the use of vitamin and minerals, especially when it is actually used for both the treatment and prevention on SARS-CoV-2 infection. And Dr. Fias, as a clinical nutrition specialist, recommend not to take the one which actually high dosage, not based on the scientific knowledge. So it really has to be cautious on this field. And Dr. Ingrid, very interesting on herbal medicine. I know this is a practice all over Indonesia right now, also the Asian countries, especially during the COVID era. So they are often used in combination as well as what Dr. Ingrid presented, are drawn from the plant source with their own variability in species, growing condition, biological active constitution. And again, this actually Dr. Ingrid invite more research on this field. So I hope that after having this panel discussion, it will stimulate more of the research. Again, I would like to thank to the speaker for the informative and interesting presentation, and to all the participants who are very active on asking questions. And hopefully the presentation will be beneficial for everybody. Thank you for joining this panel discussion, and hope you have a fruitful discussion for later, and also have a nice day. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Continuing on to our next agenda, we will have a keynote lecture with the topic of ethical and medical legal aspects of technology-enhanced health services that will be moderated by Dr. Jauh Kurnia Robi, Spesialis Kedokteran Olahraga. Dr. Jauh graduated as a medical doctor from the Faculty of Medicine, Universitas Indonesia on 1986, and proceeded to receive his degree as a sports medicine specialist from Universitas Indonesia. Currently, Dr. Jauh is an advisor at the Indonesian Sports Medicine Center, a medical specialist at the National Sports Hospital, and a part of the Center for Sports and Exercise Studies, IMERI, Faculty of Medicine, Universitas Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome Dr. Jauh.
Thank you, Nabila. Assalamualaikum. Good morning. I wish all of you the very best of health. We are going to have a special opportunity to hear Prof. Budi Sampurna sharing his perspective, his thought, and also experience maybe regarding the ethical and medical legal issues surrounding the change that has also included in the medical and healthcare services. As we are all witnessing, we have been penetrated significantly by technology, digital technology. It has affected a lot of aspects in our life, almost all aspects of our life. And we have seen also several issues regarding that matter. And for that purpose, we have Professor Budi Sampurna. Professor Budi Sampurna graduated as a medical doctor from Universitas Indonesia, and then he proceeded to become a specialist in forensic medicine, also from Universitas Indonesia, and became a forensic consultant also. And we also have Professor Budi Sampurna graduated as aviation medicine specialist from Universitas Indonesia. Professor Budi Sampurna has been appointed and assigned to a lot of notable positions and jobs. And he is a professor from our medical faculty. So I am going to hand it to Professor Budi Sampurna. In the next 45 minutes, we will hear his thought and his perspective, and also we will have time to discuss. Professor Budi Sampurna, the time is yours.
Thank you very much, Dr. Jul. Okay, I have to share my where is the Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to share my presentation regarding on ethical and medical legal aspect of technology enhanced health services. The pandemic COVID-19 has triggered or accelerate the development of healthcare technology, especially in the form of digitizing health information and Internet of Things, such as electronic medical record and telemedicine, utilizing robotic surface equipment, diagnostic aids, equipment to improve safety, software as a medical device, and artificial intelligence with machine learning. These new technologies create some ethical dilemmas, especially in relation to classical physician-patient relationship, security, reliability, trust, privacy and confidentiality, responsibility, human-robot relations, and liability. The fundamental concept and the ethical principles like respect for autonomy, beneficence and non-maleficence, and distributive justice are needed to guide in developing and applying technology, and also to prevent and to solve the problem. There are 6 ways technologies transforming the healthcare industry. This found by the Hennig Research. The first is artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence allows the ability to collect, analyze, and interpret enormous amounts of data, which could help in many different areas, including improving the speed and the accuracy of diagnosis. The second is robot-assisted surgery. They allow for much greater precision while also reducing the invasiveness of many procedures. This can improve recovery time and reduce pain. The third is virtual healthcare. The use of video conferencing technology and wearable health and fitness trackers means that people can provide their healthcare provider with updates. It also means that people do not have to leave their home. Fourth is supplies and equipment. The technology has also improved medical supplies and equipment, which can make them easier to use, as well as provide a better experience and improve longevity. The fifth is virtual reality. Virtual reality can be used in many ways, but the most notable is in healthcare worker training, which can allow people to get as close as to the real situation as possible. And the last is 3D printing. 3D printing can be used to create artificial bones, prosthetic, support the even organs, and etc. In this presentation, the discussion will include ethical issues in digital health and electronic medical record, telemedicine and virtual healthcare, artificial intelligence and machine learning, predictive analysis, robot in healthcare, technology and health supplies and equipment, and Internet of Things in healthcare. First, we will discuss the digital health. WHO has 3 key objectives to promote the adoption and scale up of digital health and innovation. The first is translating latest data, research, and evidence into action. This means promoting standards for interoperability and data sharing and supporting implementation of digital solutions that contribute to informed decision making. Second is enhancing knowledge through scientific communities of practice. It will enable by new technologies and no longer limited by the need for physical meetings or hard copy peer-reviewed journal, etc. The third is systematically assessing and linking country needs and supply of innovations. Electronic health records has many beneficial aspects which should be considered, including a consistent oversight of patient records and that is not readily available with paper record. It also helps to streamline patient records from one facility to the other over a long period of time that goes to improve physician performance and continuity essential for patient treatment, physician education, and also training. Ultimately, improvement in the physician performance helps the development of trust in the patient and fulfill ethical standards as well, for example, beneficence and non-maleficence. In this field, we also have some ethical issues, such as equity in access, exclusion, equal treatment, non-discrimination, non-stigmatization, data ownership, and also empowerment. The ethical values autonomy discussion will also affect the freedom of choice, informed consent, awareness of data collection and use, and the right to or not to know the results. Privacy as an ethical value involves the discussion data protection, confidentiality, data sharing, intended or unintended uses of data, and issues in data storage, safety information, and protection against unauthorized access and use. How about the progress in Indonesia in terms of regulation? Indonesia has a law on electronic information and transaction, and it's implementing government regulation. Further regulation regarding electronic medical records, transfers of health information, and its implementations in the form of ministerial regulation will be issued soon. We also have ministerial regulation on interinstitutional telemedicine to empowering the primary healthcare provider. However, Digital health or digital healthcare is a multidisciplinary concept that includes concepts from an intersection between technology and healthcare, so that we still need regulations on personal data protection, which already we have the bills. Second, ownership, consenting, collecting, processing, purpose, rights to know, and any others promises on health data as big data. The third is artificial intelligence with its developing products as diagnostic aids, software as medical device, artificial intelligence, machine learning, and also predictive analysis. And the fourth is telemedicine and other virtual health care, not only in the pandemic situation. In the near future, a balance between upholding patient privacy, confidentiality, autonomy, and furthering medical knowledge through research and providing efficient, beneficial patient care as outlined in the principle of beneficence has become an increasingly important topic because of the rise of advanced technology integration into medical practice. Now we go to telemedicine. Telemedicine is used for patients who cannot see an appropriate physician timely because of inaccessibility due to distance, physical disability, employment, family commitments, patient's costs, and physician schedules. It has capacity to reach patients with limited access to medical assistance and have potential to improve healthcare. Face-to-face consultation between physician and patient remains the gold standard of clinical care. The principle of medical ethics that are mandatory for the profession must also be respected in the practice of telemedicine. In the future, telemedicine may be equipped with medical equipment as diagnostic aids, both in the form of wearables or machine in public facilities, so as to be able to provide sufficient medical data. We have also ethical aspects in telemedicine. The patient-physician relationship must be based on mutual trust and respect. It is therefore essential that the physician and patient be able to identify each other reliably when telemedicine is employed. The physician must aim to ensure that patient confidentiality, privacy, and data integrity are not compromised. Data obtained during the telemedicine consultation must be secured to prevent unauthorized access and breaches of identifiable patient information through appropriate and up-to-date security measures in accordance with local legislation. Proper informed consent requires that all necessary information regarding the distinctive features of telemedicine visits will be explained fully to the patient. Physicians should exercise their professional autonomy in deciding whether telemedicine versus face-to-face consultation is appropriate. A physician should keep a detailed record of the advice he or she delivers, as well as the information he or she received and on which the advice was based in order to ensure traceability. The physician should be aware and respect the special difficulties and uncertainties that may arise when he or she in contact with patients through means of telecommunication. A physician must be prepared to recommend direct patient-doctor contact when he or she believes that is in the patient's best interest. It is recommended that professional associations determine what kind of patient condition can be handled through telemedicine and what kind of patient conditions require face-to-face meetings. The possibilities and weaknesses of telemedicine in emergency must be identified. It is also advised that patients with emergency situation should go to the emergency room. Policy and proper regulations should be issued to protect the patient safety and patient rights, and also quality of care provided. Artificial intelligence and machine learning. Medical cases used for artificial intelligence are rapidly expanding, and the most promising early application involve the use of machine vision for medical imaging. One of the reasons for the great interest in medical machine vision application is the impressive accuracy this algorithm exhibit. This has resulted in expert performance in a variety of clinical diagnostic tasks across numerous image-centric specialties, including radiology, dermatology, pathology, and also ophthalmology. The FDA has recently approved numerous artificial intelligence medical tools, the majority of which are machine vision imaging applications. We have to remember that machine learning relies on data-driven rules which are derived from large data sets rather than being fully specified in advance by a human programmer. Based on such training data, machine learning application can make prediction, guide decision, and automatically improve through their own experience. Machine learning is often used within healthcare as a technological background for clinical decision support system, which serve as a direct aid to clinical decision making and aim at supporting clinician practice by matching the characteristic of individual patient with a computerized clinical knowledge database. From an ethical perspective, the usage of machine learning, particularly system operating with deep learning and artificial neural network, for healthcare purposes touches on a range of fundamental normative concepts such as agency, trustworthiness, transparency, and responsibility. Major points of the ethical discussion on machine learning application in healthcare are closely linked to fundamental epistemic issues such as inconclusive, inscrutable, or misguided evidence, which led to normative concerns such as unfair outcomes of transformative effects related to privacy and individual identity. Nayan and Salo recommended that when using machine learning clinical decision support system in medical practice, special attention must therefore be directed to the soft facts of the individual case, which cannot be comprehensively considered by the machines. The more routinized the use of the machine becomes in clinical practice, the more physicians need to focus on the patient concerns, to strengthen patients' autonomy. Regarding on the use of the artificial intelligence for healthcare, WHO guidance on ethics and governance of artificial intelligence for health is issued. The guidance mentions that bioethics laws and policies play a role in regulating the use of artificial intelligence, and several bioethics laws have been revised in recent years to include recognition of the growing use of artificial intelligence in science, healthcare, and medicine. It includes standards for human supervision or human warranty that require evaluation by patients and clinicians at critical points in the development and deployment of artificial intelligence. It also supports free, informed consent for the use of data and the creation of the secure national platform for the collection and processing of health data. WHO expert groups has discussed areas that should be considered by stakeholders, including developers and regulators, in examining new artificial intelligence technologies. They include documentation and transparency, risk management and the life cycles approach, data quality, analytical and clinical validation, engagement and collaboration, and privacy and data protection. Key ethical principles shall be applied when use artificial intelligence for health. We need to adapt the basic ethical principles requirement. The guidance has 6 ethical principles. The first is protect autonomy. Artificial intelligence systems should be designed systematically to conform to the principles and human rights with which they cohere. More specifically, they should be designed to assist humans, whether they be medical providers or patients, in making informed decisions. It should promote human well-being, human safety, and the public interest. And they should satisfy regulatory requirements for safety, accuracy, and efficacy before deployment. The third principle is ensure transparency, explainability, and intelligibility. All algorithms should be tested rigorously in the setting in which the technology will be used in order to ensure that it meets standards of safety and efficacy. The examination and validation should include the assumption, operational protocols, data properties, and output decision of the machine technology. The fourth is foster responsibility and accountability. When medical decisions by artificial intelligence technologies harm individuals, responsibility and accountability procedure should clearly identify the relative roles of manufacturer and the clinical user in the harm. The fifth principle is ensure inclusiveness and equity. Inclusiveness requires that artificial intelligence used in healthcare is designed to encourage the widest possible appropriate, equitable use and access, irrespective of age, gender, income, ability, or other characteristics. Artificial intelligence developers should be aware of the possible biases in their design, implementation, and use, and the potential harm that biases can cause the individual and society damages. At the end is promote artificial intelligence that is responsive and sustainable. Responsiveness requires that designers, developers, and users continuously, systematically, and transparently examine an artificially intelligent technology to determine whether it is responding adequately, appropriately, and according to communicated expectation and requirement in the context in which it is used. Now we talk on predictive analysis. Predictive analysis can be described as a branch of advanced analytics that is utilized in the making of prediction about unknown future events or activities that led to decisions. It is a discipline that utilizes various techniques including modeling, data mining, and statistics, as well as artificial intelligence, such as machine learning, to evaluate historical and real-time data and make predictions about the future. The benefit of predictive analysis are improving efficiencies for operational management of healthcare and business operations. Second, the accuracy of diagnosis and treatment in personal medicine, and increase insight to enhance cohort treatment. There are a significant number of ethical dilemmas and an emerging moral hazard, resulting in increased risk to be aware of and applying predictive analytics to the healthcare industry. Moral hazard and liability in predictive analysis can also involve lawsuits. Case law points out that doctors can be held accountable for injury that could have been avoided had they more carefully reviewed their patient medical record. Medical negligence lawsuits may increase if patients feel a doctor overrode a machine's recommendation. Liability may also arise if a doctor follows a predictive analytics model recommendation and it contains an error. Now we talk on robot in healthcare. The benefit of robotic tools have resulted in improvement to the quality and the precision of surgical procedures. Robot-assisted technologies can result in high-volume centers, resulting in fewer readmissions and reduced cost. Artificial intelligence and robotized systems which deal with data should be aligned with a particular set of values and principles in order to achieve a degree of technical dependability. These values include transparency, accountability, explicability, auditability, and traceability, and neutrality or fairness. In this field, we also found some ethical issues. Ethical issues may affect to the human-robot interaction. Firstly, in their implication for society and on healthcare, such as replacement and its implication for labor, and the implication for the quality of care, dehumanization, and cold care. Secondly, are related with ethical principles which affect autonomy, role of and task, moral agency, responsibility, deception, and trust. Not all healthcare robots are autonomous robots. They are remote controlled by the surgeon or clinician. Robots do not have a moral reasoning. Robots do not responsible for their tasks. Can the robot be trusted or reliable? Internet of Things in Healthcare. The Internet of Things in Healthcare is built to operate within public and private domains. The sensors and devices are carried around by individuals or situated within environments like hospital wards, a home, or a workplace. These situations create the opportunity for data about an individual's behavior or health status to be collected and analyzed by a third party. Following the rapid development of IoT, the merge between the application of the technology and the healthcare industry has caused a massive expansion in the scope of medical data. The ethical dialogues in this field, considering the consequentialist theory of ethics, which posits that the morality right action is the one with the best overall consequences. The application of IoT in this context is ethical because the user gives consent to be monitored and the recorded data is analyzed for their own well-being. On the other hand, an individual's sense of autonomy and privacy is disrupted if they know that they are constantly monitored. For this reason, the application of IoT in this context can be debated as unethical because, according to the ontology, an act is only good if it conforms to moral rights. Now we talk about the ethical analysis of new technology. COSITS proposed that the ethical analysis of technology be done by a technology ethics committee. Here are some examples of the questions a technology ethics committee might be called upon to examine. Should we use this? For a predictive algorithm, what type of patient consent is ethical? Is an algorithm that measures patient health biased? Who should have access to artificial intelligence generated data and patient identities? When and under what conditions? Under what circumstances is tracking a staff member location within hospital ethical and not just legal? And how does the hospital or healthcare system detect unintended consequences of a technology? At the end, I would like to give a final statement that first, the purpose of medicine is to help patients. Health is universally regarded as a good thing, and doctors seek to maximize the health of their patients. Medicine is therefore an ethically driven practice. However, doctors do not need to be expert in medical ethics or law in order to respond constructively to the ethical dilemmas they encounter in practice. We do not promote any particular ethical framework. Your developing sensitivity to ethical problems is more important than wrestling with the pros and cons of different ethics systems. In providing practical advice to doctors and patients, we use a variety of approaches that include widely and general ethical principle, professional guidelines, and settled legal cases. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Professor Budi Sampurna. I'm sorry, audience, I'm experiencing connection difficulties. And we have heard what Professor Budi Samporna shared with us. I believe this session was meant to be an eye-opener, but we have a very wide covering subjects and very comprehensive questions. Opinion and thoughts from Professor Budi Sampurna. I believe the time is very limited, but maybe we can ask Professor Budi to give his final thought. As we are all gathering here, most of us are researchers or medical doctors. Do you have one urgent message for us regarding this ethical and medical legal issues in this technology and pandemic era?
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Jul. I think the very important for us is before we launch our research results, we have to think about the ethical and legal issues which may arise when we use this our research results. And I think normally we can think about that, and we can also discussing this with our partner or maybe our consultant and also our colleague to get the whole how important is our result of our research and what is the impact for in ethical issues. And if we know that the ethical impact is not so important, then we can say that it is okay to go there. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Budi. It has been enlightening a lot of us that joined the session this morning. I believe we have run out of time, and I have to hand it over to Nabila.
Moving on to our next agenda, we will have a keynote lecture with the topic Emerging Trends in Medical Education During the Pandemic Era that will be moderated by Dr. Estivana Velasa, Magister Pendidikan Kedokteran. Dr. Estivana completed her medical doctorate degree from Universitas Indonesia in 2002 and received her Magister Program degree in Medical Education from Universitas Indonesia in 2010. Currently, Dr. Estivana is a lecturer in the Faculty of Medicine, Universitas Indonesia. To Dr. Estivana, the time is yours.
Thank you for the kind introduction, Nabila. So, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good day, everyone. As we all know, the pandemic situation we experienced has brought many changes, which would lead to innovations and trends as we strive to adapt and maintain the quality of education for our students. And our keynote lecture session is about the emerging trends in medical education during this pandemic era. And with us today, we have our distinguished speaker, Dr. Muhammad Saiful Bahri Yusof from University Science Malaysia. So I'm going to provide a brief introduction. Dr. Saiful is a medical doctor from University Science Malaysia, and he received his master and PhD degree on medical education from the same institution. And currently, Dr. Saiful is the head of Medical Education Department in the School of Medical Science, University Science Malaysia. So without further ado, Dr. Saiful, the time is yours.
Assalamualaikum and good morning. Thank you to the organizer for this opportunity of sharing my thoughts on the topic. There are two main aspects to be discussed. The first part is on the main trends leading to the current situation. The second part is on the possible emerging trends in medical education due to the pandemic. The future is full of uncertainty, volatile, complex, and ambiguous. This is a VUCA world. Therefore, it is challenging for us to predict the future. However, we can anticipate the future based on the current trends and emerging trends. By looking at the main trends, it is clearly seen that technology is the game changer in the transformation of education in 21st century. In the current pandemic era, due to the needs for us to keep our social distance, being more in personal space, and doing activities in smaller groups, leading us to be more dependent on the technology to deliver education through online and distant learning. For that reason, we can see that before 1980s, we are less dependent on ICT. Throughout 1980s to early 21st century, we are more related to ICT. And now, during pandemic, we are very much dependent on ICT to ensure the continuity of educational deliveries. At this moment, higher educational institutions has been experiencing important changes due to digitization of our higher education. The adoption of ICTs by higher educational institutions is essential to enable students to learn in digital era effectively, especially during this pandemic era. This is important to foster a better learning experience of students in digital environment. In general, these are the 7 main medical education areas, and at this moment, all of these areas are somehow affected by the digitizations of higher education. The digitization of these areas is getting faster during this pandemic era. For each area, I will provide examples that might reflect the digitizations of each area. Let's start with the first area related to curriculum design and development. This paper clearly highlights the effects of pandemic on the digitizations of curriculum. Faculty are converting their face-to-face courses to virtual courses. This is what we are doing right now. Medical students are denied from clinical rotations. This is something that we observe at this moment. The clinical responsibilities and educational opportunities of residents are altered. And this is something that we are experiencing right now as well. The whole medical education fabric has been disrupted due to this pandemic. Digitalization is inevitable in this case. Therefore, we should embrace it to ensure the continuity of medical education. Regardless of educational environment, digital or face-to-face, the constructive alignment of curriculum must be maintained in whatever course. The attainment of competency must be ensured that the future medical graduates are capable to carry out their responsibility as future doctors. By looking at the competency curve for medical graduates, during the pandemic, the preclinical competency can be achieved through digital learning. However, the clinical phase competency is very challenging to be achieved by the digital learning alone because certain clinical competency can be only achieved through face-to-face clinical experience. In fact, many medical educators have concern on the attainment of the intended competency by medical students in the new norms. In order to develop a future-ready and world-ready curriculum, it should be designed based on these 4 educational strategies. First, the curriculum should be infused with human-technology relations, in which the curriculum should symbiotically integrate the human, high-touch, and the technology, high-tech, into the future medical curriculum. Secondly, the curriculum should embrace technology-enhanced education by leveraging technology for better medical education experience in digital learning. Thirdly, the curriculum should embed values-driven education by bringing values into medical education to prepare medical graduates for future responsibilities. Lastly, the curriculum should ensure its sustainability by aligning the curriculum with the needs of the changing world, especially related to the technology-driven variable, so that it is prepared toward a world-ready medical curriculum. It is worthy to highlight an important element of SPICES 2.0 in relation to the technology variables. the simulation-based preparation for practice, and e-support to learning. I think these two educational strategies must be the focus for the future-ready medical curriculum. Obviously, if we plan to embark on the technology-driven strategies, the whole curriculum must be ready. The medical teachers' roles are changing. The competence of graduates should be revisited. Modes of teaching and learning should be redesigned. Medical content and syllabus must be realigned. Modes of assessment must be redesigned as well. And there should be a shift in governance and education policy to facilitate these changes. Let's move on to the second area related to assessment and test development. We know that in the pandemic era, any assessment activities must follow these four main guidelines: social distancing, personal space, small group, and digital platforms are used. Obviously, these guidelines will somehow limit our assessment activities. Furthermore, our assessment should be adapting to the new norms to ensure its validity, reliability, practicality, feasibility, cost effectiveness, and educational impact. A major challenge is to ensure the alignment of assessment with the learning outcomes, especially learning outcomes related to the psychomotor and affective. I'm sharing the list of online assessment tools by Learning Taxonomy that was reported by Mahajan et al. 2021. We can clearly see that efforts has been in progress to explore validity evidence of assessment for psychomotor and affective domains. Perhaps we all need to put the same effort to provide more validity evidence to support these online assessment practices. Another important factor to be considered in digital era is the online assessment experience. The medical student should be provided with the best online assessment experience to facilitate the attainment of expected competency to be competent graduates. Several strategies are listed, and most important is to emphasize on the learning evidence to support the attainment of the competency. Before the pandemic, online teaching has always been a adjunct teaching method. But during the pandemic, online teaching has almost totally replaced the face-to-face teaching method. In fact, being able to conduct a full-blown online teaching and learning is critical during the pandemic to ensure the continuity of educational delivery to medical students. The way forward of teaching and learning in medical education would be the online and campus model, whereby certain educational activities can be done asynchronously and synchronously through digital platform, and certain educational activities must be done face-to-face in the campus so that the whole competency as a future doctors can be attained by the graduates. Pertaining to faculty development, we all can see that a set of new skills are required for faculty members to carry out the online teaching, learning, and assessment. Thus, it creates an urgency for staff development to equip them with relevant digital skills, but the pandemic imposes many challenges to us to deliver the faculty development program as usual. Therefore, finding the best practices to deliver staff development during the pandemic and beyond is something to be explored by us. We are quite lucky because at this moment, we have new tools and processes to conduct training through online. Hence, we must leverage on these tools to develop and deliver the online staff development as best as we can. We know that utilizing technology can potentially increase access to online training. However, we should keep in mind that if it is not implemented and designed carefully, it can magnify inequities that might put certain groups of faculty members at disadvantage. In terms of ethics and professionalism, the main concern is on the digital professionalism because of its unwanted consequences on the medical fraternity if potential issues related to it not well addressed in the curriculum. Based on the recent systematic review, there is limited evidence to support the teaching and assessment of digital professionalism in medical curriculum. Perhaps there is an area that we might want to explore more in the future to provide more evidence to support digital professionalisms in medical curriculums as part and parcels of mandatory content. Teachers and student well-being is an important area either before or during the pandemic. We know that the well-being of teachers and students in medical education has been reported as at suboptimal level before the pandemic, and during the pandemic, their well-being might not be getting better. The authors of this book, Well-being in Higher Education, propose that at any situation, regardless of pandemic or beyond pandemic, time, culture, opportunity, and individual strengths are the four important elements to influence the well-being achievement in higher education. This is a model of higher education well-being as proposed by the authors. And if any of you like to explore more about the whole higher education well-being model, maybe you can have a look at this book. But at this moment, at this junction, I'd like to draw your attention on a few important sub-elements of the models, in which, one, the institution should provide good physical and psychological support to the faculty as well as to the students. The institution as well need to maintain the social connectedness either through digital or face-to-face, and the institution as well need to ensure there is conducive working and learning environment to the teachers and the students so that it will improve their well-being, especially in this current moment in the pandemic era. As a result of digitizations of higher education, nowadays we are talking about digital well-being. And digital well-being is about the impact of digital technologies have had on well-being and a state where well-being is maintained in an environment characterized by digital overabundance, or we call it techno-stress, and in an increasingly digital society. And therefore, digital well-being is very important to be considered. There are 6 facets of digital well-being: mental, intellectual, emotional, physical, spiritual, and professional. Mental is about ability to cope with techno-stress, work productively, and make contribution to the communities. Intellectual is about the ability to leverage on digital technologies in the acquisition and utilization of knowledge and skills. Emotional is about achieving a life satisfaction and being able to regulate and manage emotions in digital society. Physical is about leveraging on digital technologies for taking care of personal health. Spiritual is about finding meaning and purpose of life in digital society. And lastly, professional is about leveraging on digital technologies to have a career meaningfully and rewarding. If you're looking with all this, most of these are mainly related to the digital technologies as the driver of change to induce or reduce techno-stress, and that will lead to digital well-being. The last area is the quality assurance. UNESCO has reported that the diversity, inclusivity, and equity in every education sector has been disrupted during the pandemic. And if you're looking at inclusivity, it's about equal access to opportunity and resources for the students to be competent. Diversity is about acknowledging and recognizing individual differences to get the best quality of education. And equity is about equal opportunity for every student to success in their education. Due to these disruptions, the attainment of the intended competency among students has been an area of concern because it compromises the quality education because of those three main factors: inclusivity, diversity, equity, that has been disrupted by the new norms. Since digital learning is becoming dominant instructional delivery during the pandemic, we should not only focus on continuous and upgrading faculty development training program. We should also strengthen the digital facilities to support the digital education ecosystem, especially the accessibility and stability of the internet connection. I think continuous research should be conducted on this matter to provide more evidence for the best practice in the future digital medical education. In terms of quality of education pertaining to assessment, maybe the digital credential ecosystem framework proposed by UNESCO in 2018 should be referred to help us designing a digital assessment in medical education. Based on this framework, there are 7 elements that we need to consider. One is the standards. It means that what are the talents, abilities, or competency that we want to digitally credential. The second part, who is going to use it? It means that the users of credentials, is it for what purpose? And then the third one is who is going to provide the education and trainings, by which institutions to provide the credentials in terms of the digital form. The fourth one, who is going to award the digital credential when the students have attained the expected talents, abilities, or competency. And in terms of quality assurance, the fifth component, who is going to be trusted, or maybe to be authenticated, or maybe to be authorized to ensure that the whole digital credentialing ecosystem met the certain quality standards that is accepted by local or international bodies. And then who is going to evaluate the credential systems? Is there any authorities to ensure that the digital credential system is on continuous quality improvement in terms of the system to evaluate the standards, the use provider, the awardees, and then the quality assurance process in that sense. And at the end of the day, who is going to verify that the digital credentials is being given by the authorized bodies or institutions? So these are the 7 aspects that perhaps we need to have more discussion about it. And in fact, when we are implementing the framework in our digital assessment in medical education, then we can learn more. And then definitely there is another area of research that we can explore further in the future. These are 4 final thoughts from me to end my presentation. One is techno-fit purpose. We need to explore technology that best fit to the purpose to enhance the quality of medical education in the digital world that we provide to the students. The second one is about pragmatic innovation. Pragmatic innovations are essential to ensure the continuity and the best experience of medical education by our medical students in the digital world so that they are feelings like the real campus. The third one is about synergistic collaboration. Synergistic collaboration between educators is very important to identify and sustain the best practice in techno driven era. And most importantly is the collaboration between us beyond the immediate crisis that we are facing right now, the pandemic. I think through synergistic collaboration, we can do more together and we can have more together. Together, we can make difference. Lastly, contextual solution. I think finding solution that best suit with the local needs of medical education is super, super important because every country, every region, they have their own needs, they have their own cultures, they have their own resource constraints that need to be considered when we are innovating or finding solution to address the digital divides that might be caused of the constraint that happening in that particular country or region. So that contextual solution is very important for us to find it. Last but not least, thank you for listening to my presentation. And I look forward to getting couples of questions from you for further deliberation and discussion. And thank you again to the organizer for this opportunity of sharing my thoughts on the topic.
Thank you very much, Dr. Saiful Bahrizo, for the very insightful lecture. And we already have a question here from the audience. Dr. Ervi Praviantini is asking the concept that also caught my attention about the digital well-being. So as we all know, the student and teacher well-being are closely linked and both impact student achievement and outcomes. So how can we adopt simple practices in the classroom that can improve the quality and life for both students and teachers?
Okay, first of all, thank you so much for the first question. I think there will be more questions after this. I think if you are looking at the well-being as a whole, there are 6 facets overall. I think in terms of how to give impact in the student achievement outcome, I think one, we need to give more control to the student to have their engagement in the classroom. And particularly if you're looking at the digital platform, I think the control is something that we must somehow give and leverage. Not only for us to control, but the student have the control over their learning as well. That is number one. The second thing, I think we need to maintain the social connectedness, even though in the digital platform, because one of the elements that we need to understand that when the students are away from us, they want to be with us. So basically maintaining a good social connectedness with the students to the online. Maybe you can use a lot of platform, the WhatsApp, the Zoom, or whatsoever. You can always maintain and creating bonding between you as a teachers as well as students. Because when we engage with the student, one of the many students say that we want to be with you as a teacher. The teacher present is very, very important. I think there is something very simple, but we always maybe forget about it, because if you put the asynchronous, the students like it because they can revise. But the feelings with the presence of teacher is very important to create the social connectedness between the main stakeholders in education, the teachers and the students. And I think something that is very simple that we can do is flip classroom. I think because a flip classroom, take advantage both world, asynchronous and synchronous. The asynchronous part because we give a pre-learning activity to the students, and during the lecture is more toward discussion, and discussion actually increase the interaction between us with the students, and this interaction basically will build up the social connectedness while learning. I think this is something that's for me, I think simplest way that we used to so far, even before COVID, so we can maintain that practice, the flipped classroom. The rest I think might be not that difficult, not that simple, but flipped classroom is something we are very familiar, and I think we can continue. And the effect of flipped classroom to maintain the social connectedness within class and outside class will be much more better compared to others. And yeah, in terms of quality of life, I think definitely quality of life, is many aspects. as I mentioned just now, the 6 facet, but the most important thing that the student need to be felt they are supported by us. Particularly to enhance the digital learnings, because not all students, basically being in digital world before, the COVID. But now within digital world, we need to facilitate their adoption and then the adaptation to the digital learning, and the support from us is very important. And always ask them, if they have some problems with the learning, tell us. I think this kind of support, the mutual relationship that we need to develop even in digital world, and I believe that this simple thing that we can do can make difference to them. Yeah.
Okay, so maintaining the social connectedness is the key to making sure the well-being. Yeah. Also, the students, you mentioned about students' autonomy and how our teaching and learning approach can facilitate that as well. Okay, so yeah, we also have Field Classroom here in FMUE, and I think the connectedness and the relatedness is we can feel the increase in relatedness in students as they engage in the session as well.
Yeah, and in fact, nowadays I think in a digital platform, always use collaborative learning activities, because with the collaborative learning activities, they will feel that they are supported not only by peers, but also with the presence of the teachers. So I think trying to use more collaborative learning activities rather than asynchronous without our presence. So I think that's something I would like to add on that.
Okay, so a lot of activities in group settings it should be beneficial for the students then. Okay. We have one more question from Dr. Diantha. Thank you, Dr. Bahri, for the very insightful presentation. What do you think are the very important take-home message for the current adaptation of teaching and learning in the pandemic, which should take further beyond the pandemic?
So I think, thank you so much for interesting question. Honestly, I think if you are looking at beyond pandemic, I think blended learning is the way to go. Yeah, I think blended learning is the way to go. And in fact, if you read one of the articles that was published recently from Spain, I think there's a case study from Spain, how they want to promote, I think they reflect on the blended learning that they did before COVID and how it's act like a vaccine to the current situation, So the blended learning that was implemented before COVID is a kind of vaccine for them to be resilient in the pandemic. And in fact, there are so many researchers right now looking at how we can blend all this synchronous, asynchronous, and campus experience, even after COVID, so that we can be resilient even in the future if this kind of pandemic happening again. I think the way forward, my take-home message is blended learning is something that can act like a vaccine for the COVID in terms of teaching and learning. So that is my take-home message. Yeah, I hope that will answer something.
Yeah, so blended learning will provide both the advantage of online as well as offline learning for certain aspects. Yeah. Okay, so thank you very much. We're still waiting for questions from the audience, but perhaps I would like to ask you as well about, you mentioned about the psychomotor and the affective aspects that are more difficult to teach as well as to assess during the pandemic. Is there any experiences or lesson learned from what is occurring in the institution so far, perhaps, especially in clinical education?
So basically, from our own experience during the pandemic, even though it is challenging to conduct particularly teaching, learning, and assessment related to psychomotor, but what we did is basically we did in smaller group. We maintain SOP, and in fact, we're trying our best to ensure that the students are at certain distance. Even, for example, let's look at the OSCE, for example. Because OSCE, we have a multiple tracks. Usually, there are so many students we can accommodate at one time. But during the COVID, we not very much limited, but at the expense of time. So previously it's about 2 or 3 days, but now because to cater the numbers of the students to go through the whole station, so we just extend from 2 or 3 days to 1 week or maybe 1.5 weeks. So depending on the current situation. But the main point is there are certain things in psychomotor we cannot do online. That is something that we learn from our own experience. And we like it or we do not like it, certain clinical skills are not, at this moment with the technology, the current technology at this moment are not, accessible through technology. So we need to have face-to-face with the examiners as usual, looking and observing the student to perform something and, giving their expert judgment on the competency of the student based on whatever the performance to face-to-face. So at this moment, the technology is not ready. I don't say that it cannot be done, but it's not ready for certain core clinical competency that we want to assess that will have impact on responsibility of future graduates carrying out doctor's role. Yeah, I think that is something I would say from my perspective based on our experience at for the past almost 2 years. Yeah.
Okay, so with certain modification, we can still conduct the face-to-face interaction because it is really needed. Yeah. And for the effective part as well, how to learn professionalism and how to do role modeling.
Maybe we can share. Maybe I can share something that we did. We do certain things online as well because effective sometimes, particularly for something that we can see from the communication, how they react and respond to certain clinical cases. We do, the online mini viva. And we are assessing the student on how they respond. That only certain professionalism aspect that we can assess during that time, particularly related to communication, the ethics, the ethical reasoning, and something like when they are facing with certain ethics dilemma, how they solve it, and how they consider all the the spectrums that need to be required not to be considered when they are talking about the ethics. So I think that the cognitive effective at that situation, yes, it can based on our experience and as well as feedback from our our examiners, they are quite comfortable to assess that based on rubric. But something that related particularly doctor-patient relationship related professionalism, that is a quite it's difficult to be assessed through online, even though they are trying to do that through telemedicine because they have patients and then we have students and we have examiners, but it is a bit challenging to assess the doctor-patient relationship through the digital platform. It still can in terms of ethical reasoning, but the real doctor-patient relationship as we observe during the face-to-face is very challenging. Yeah, I would say that.
Thank you, Dr. Saiful. There's returning back to the blended learning that we are going to adopt even after the pandemic. So how many percentage based on total hours or credits in one module? So if you try to see the percentage of the face-to-face and between the face-to-face and the online learning, how many percentage is the most effective?
Okay, I would say that is depending on your learning outcome. Okay, so basically, for example, let's say we are looking at the first year. So most of the learning outcome in the first year is very much related to the cognitive. So anything cognitive you can easily deliver through asynchronous or synchronous. And I believe based on our experience, if let's say in the phase 1, I think 60 to 70% will be related to cognitive, and about 30 to 40% is related to the clinical skill that is very basic for them to be in the clinical year. But if you're looking at the clinical year, I would say that based on the learning outcome, based on our own experience, about almost 70% is related to the skills, but it's less than, I think 30% is related to purely cognitive. So I think in terms of the percentage, I would say that we need to reflect on our learning outcomes. It must be fit with the learning outcome on the distributions of the cognitive, psychomotor, and affective. And based on that, we can design which one is the best fit with the asynchronous, which one is for the synchronous, and which one is for the campus experience. I think this is something that we need to reflect based on the needs of our situation. And I think your needs and my need is different. The standards from the standard of practice might be similar, but the emphasis might be different depending on the country. I think there is no hard, black and white on that, but it's really depending on your expert judgment on what could be the learning outcomes to be covered during every phase. Yeah? So I would say that my answer, but definitely we can calculate the percentage as long as we know what exactly we want the student to achieve at the end of the phase of the course or maybe at the program. Yeah.
Okay, so it really depends on the learning outcome. So should we go back to the local needs and everything, the contextual situation? Yeah. Okay, so here's a question from Dr. Arviana about the faculty development. Is there any thoughts on the approach for faculty development and what roles do you think should be emphasized?
Yeah, the faculty development, I think this is something, that very much talk about, because when pandemic hit us, the faculties, I think based on our experience, they are, a kind of a shock, including me. Definitely we were before not so used to technology, particularly Zoom, WebEx, whatsoever. It is something very uncommon before the COVID. So basically, the thing is, when we are in this junction, the faculty development must focus on the essential skill related to the technology. So I think that is very, very important, because most of our medical teachers, particularly in my institution, basically one of their feedback was we are not used to all these tools. So that is honest feedback when we were first hit, with the COVID. And what we did, basically, we are having, we call it emergency faculty development, just like emergency state for emergency and emergency department receiving emergency case. Just like medical education, we have to conduct faculty development at a very emergency, but we need to think about the familiarity of our faculty members with the online training, because usually what we did is physical, face-to-face faculty development, but now we have to convert everything online, and they are not used to the online. So this is a very challenging moment, but what we do is something that we cater smaller number of faculty members at one time, and during we give a clear instruction step by step on how to go about with the Zoom or WebEx or whatsoever, Google Meeting, and then let them in, and then we facilitate one by one to make them familiarize with the whole digital ecosystem first. But once they're already familiarized with all this digital ecosystem, and now it's about the technique. We emphasize on technique using all these tools to ensure that we are facilitating student learning in digital platform. So that is another level. After the faculty members being sensitized with all the digital ecosystem, now we teach them about the technique. When the technique is already there, now we are increasing their mastery of the technique. Give the basic and the mastery of technique through online, and later on we allow them to conduct, and we support. The medical education support. We have a team, we call it TLTL team, which means Technology Enhanced Learning Team, who is going to support, the faculty members who are trying to carry out their technology enhanced learning education. So I think there is something, the support must be there, and the support not only through the expertise support, but the technical and the facility support is there as well. So I think this is something that we need to consider, and definitely, we have invested a lot of resources to provide the support. Without the proper support, I think the whole digital ecosystem in terms of teaching and learning will be collapsed because the drivers are not well supported with the right tools for them to do the right job. So I think there is something that based on our experience, we need to tackle phase by phase. But now I think after almost 1.5 years, I think everybody are familiar. Now it's only time that we introduce so many techniques through online collaborative learning, team-based learning, and many other learning, so that they can empower the teaching learning and engage the student better, so that the quality of digital education that we are offering to our students at least at certain acceptable level, maybe not 100% like face-to-face, but at least something that acceptable for the student to feel they are learning in effective way. So I think
familiarizing the staff with the new digital ecosystem is really important. Yeah.
And the other thing, maybe for the clinician, we need to have a multiple slot because they are busy, remember? Because they are handling so many cases. So we need to have multiple slots of training to accommodate their schedule. So, and then this kind of, we call it slow dose release of faculty development is very important.
Sustained release of faculty development.
So because we want to make sure that they are motivated. They are motivated and feel supported digitally.
Okay, so there's a question from Dr. Rita Mustika, Dr. Saiful. How can we identify students facing problems with their well-being through online interactions? Because as we all know, online interaction is very limited. We cannot really see all the facial expression or the features of the students, but how can we identify or detect the problems?
Okay, basically, if you're looking at, I think research, one is absenteeism. Now, absenteeism means that maybe they open up their whatever lah, they can always stop the videos and then they are not there. So there is one of early indicator showing that they may be having problems, or maybe they are having some mental pressure about the online learning. So that the first thing usually what I did is I asked the student is, okay, can you all please open up your videos right now before we start? I just want to see your face. That's all. A very simple trick. Ask them, okay, let's have a picture before the class. I want that because we want for them to on the videos. When they on, basically they are ready. The first level of effective, ready to learn. So I think when they're on, it means that they are ready. When they are ready, at that time, just tell them what are we going to do for the next 1 hour, 2 hours, whatever hours we have. Let them know exactly what we are going to do and ask them, is there anything before we start that we need to consider? I know my students always say, Doctor, our connection here is not so good. If anything happen, for example, let's say I'm disconnected whatsoever, it doesn't mean I quit from your class, but basically because of my area has very poor connection. So, they are telling. Then the other student said, Doctor, I'm very sorry, I have to mute because I have so many siblings around. So I have to mute because I don't want to interrupt others by hearing all these sounds, unnecessary sounds, because of my siblings are playing around. And there's so many other things. There are so many other things that, okay, as educator, okay, now I know that there are so many factors when they are learning at home that might affect their learning. But when they open up and they speak up whatever they have, the problems, at least as educator, we know that our students might have some troubles that we can help. And we can facilitate with less, I would say less detector. It's more democratic and give them more autonomy and control over the learning. So I think that is something that we can, one is to identify, and the other thing is we are trying to rectify as well as try our best to support and let them feel supported by us in their learning. Yeah, I think that is something, that's a simple trick, but it seems so far so good.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Saiful, for the very interesting answer, because providing support is like the key words here in order to make the students' well-being can be maintained. Okay, so I think we are currently running out of time because it's already 11:58. We have a very fruitful discussion. Thank you very much, Dr. Saiful Bahri, for the very insightful lecture, as well as the discussion. As you have mentioned, collaboration is one of the essential things that we had during this time. So this discussion can really be beneficial for all of us in order to improve our education process. So thank you. And with that, I'll return the session back to Nabila. Thank you.
Our next agenda for today is a webinar for the public conducted in Indonesian with the topic of Terapi Sel Punca untuk COVID-19, which will be moderated by Profesor Dr. Ismail, spesialis ortopedi dan traumatologi konsultan. Prof. Ismail received his degree as an orthopedic surgeon on 2003 from Universitas Indonesia, continued his education as a PhD exchange student in the National University of Singapore on 2006, and received his PhD in medical sciences from Universitas Indonesia on 2007. Prof. Ismail then became a consultant in hip and knee adult reconstruction on 2012, and currently Prof. Ismail is the head of Stem Cells Integrated Medical Service Unit in Cipto Mangunkusumo Hospital and the head of Stem Cells and Tissue Engineering Research Center, IMERI Faculty of Medicine, Universitas Indonesia. Without further ado, let us welcome Prof. Ismail.
Oke, terima kasih. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat siang. Terima kasih Dr. Nabila. Kita akan melanjutkan seminar awam, jadi tentunya dalam bahasa Indonesia. Pertama-tama kita akan mendengarkan pembicara. Sebetulnya ada 3 pembicara, yaitu yang pertama Prof. Syana, kemudian Prof. Murdani, dan Dr. Elina Burhan. Prof. Syana akan menyampaikan mengenai potensi stem cell dan metabolitnya untuk terapi COVID-19. Yang kita tahu bahwasanya Prof. Syana saya kira sudah terkenal. Prof. Syana ini ternyata barusan masuk 2% saintis yang paling berpengaruh di dunia dari Asia itu yang termasuk yang menurut yang dikeluarkan oleh Stanford University jadi merupakan salah satu dari kalau dari Universitas Indonesia ada 2 profesor yang masuk di ini saintis yang terkemuka atau yang paling berpengaruh. Beliau saat ini sebagai kepala juga di bagian quality control IPT TK Sel Punca dan juga laboratory managers di Stem Cell and Tissue Engineering IMERI. Kami persilakan untuk Prof. Syana untuk menyampaikan presentasinya dalam 20 menit. Silakan. Saya kira sudah disiapkan presentasinya.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera. Selamat sore para Bapak Ibu, sejawat dan hadirin sekalian. Pertama-tama, perkenankan saya mengucapkan terima kasih kepada Panitia Eyes on IMERI yang mengundang saya untuk sharing tentang sel punca pada kesempatan ini. Adapun judul presentasi sore ini adalah potensi stem cell atau sel punca sebagai terapi pneumonia COVID-19. Slide. Slide. Ini adalah gambaran angka kematian akibat COVID-19 yang dirawat di rumah sakit di Jakarta. Angkanya berbeda-beda tergantung usia, dan angka kematian tertinggi adalah pada anak yang dirawat di RSTM yang mencapai 40%, diikuti oleh lansia yang mencapai 23%, sedangkan angka kematian usia 20-59 yang didapat dari berbagai rumah sakit di Jakarta berkisar antara 3-22%. Angka-angka di atas berasal dari laporan rumah sakit. Karenanya terlihat cukup tinggi, karena yang dirawat di rumah sakit biasanya pasien dengan gejala sedang sampai berat, terutama COVID-19 yang disertai dengan pneumonia. Lanjut, slide. Pada COVID-19, infeksi virus corona akan memicu reaksi peradangan atau inflamasi, terutama pada paru, yang bila berat akan menjadi acute respiratory distress syndrome atau ARDS, sehingga pasien merasa sesak nafas. Selain itu, pada orang tertentu, reaksi tubuh yang berlebihan akan menyebabkan terjadinya badai sitokin, sehingga COVID-19 menjadi berat dan dapat menyebabkan kematian. Slide. Apa itu sel punca atau stem cell? Sel punca adalah sel yang mempunyai dua ciri utama, yaitu mempunyai kemampuan self-renewal dan berdiferensiasi. Self-renewal artinya memperbaharui diri dalam artian dapat membelah atau berproliferasi untuk mencukupi jumlah populasinya, dan berdiferensiasi artinya dapat berubah menjadi jenis sel lain, karena sel punca adalah sel asal yang belum berdiferensiasi. Karena dapat membelah, maka sel punca mudah diperbanyak dengan cara dibiak atau dikultur, dan karena dapat berubah menjadi sel lain, maka diharapkan dapat berubah menjadi sel yang dibutuhkan untuk menggantikan sel yang rusak atau mati. Slide. Sel punca dapat digolongkan atas dua golongan utama, yaitu sel punca embrionik dan sel punca dewasa. Sel punca embrionik seperti namanya berasal dari embrio yang merupakan hasil pembuahan sel telur dan spermatozoa. Sel punca embrionik biasanya berasal dari tahap blastosis yang bisa dilihat pada gambar sebelah kiri. Karena pada tahap ini jumlah selnya sudah cukup banyak, walaupun embrio tahap 2, 4, dan 8 sel atau morula juga bisa menjadi sumber sel punca embrionik. Bila diambil dari tahap blastosis, maka yang diproses untuk diperbanyak adalah massa sel dalam atau inner cell mass yang sifatnya pluripotent. Artinya dapat berubah menjadi semua jenis sel yang ada dalam tubuh manusia. Sel punca dewasa bisa didapat dari beragam sumber, karena di semua bagian tubuh kita sebenarnya ada sel punca. Akan tetapi yang sering dijadikan sumber sel punca adalah jaringan yang mudah diakses. Misalnya sumsum tulang, jaringan lemak, pulpa gigi molar 3 yang sering dicabut karena mengganggu, atau limbah persalinan, yaitu plasenta dan tali pusat. Berbeda dari sel punca embrionik, kemampuan diferensiasi sel punca dewasa hanyalah multipotent. Artinya hanya bisa berdiferensiasi menjadi beberapa jenis sel yang umumnya berada dalam satu galur. Misalnya sel punca hematopoietik dapat berdiferensiasi menjadi berbagai macam sel darah, sedangkan sel punca mesenkim atau MSC dapat berdiferensiasi menjadi berbagai sel jaringan ikat seperti sel tulang, tulang rawan, dan sel lemak. Karena sumber sel punca dewasa sangat beragam, sumber mana yang sebaiknya digunakan? Pengambilan sel punca dari sumsum tulang adalah yang pertama diteliti. Tetapi cara pengambilannya invasif dan menyakitkan. Karena itu kurang disukai. Jenis sel punca yang bisa didapat juga menentukan sumber mana yang sebaiknya diambil. Pada sumsum tulang dan darah tali pusat, sel punca yang banyak adalah sel punca hematopoietik. Sedangkan sel punca mesenkim relatif sedikit. Sel punca mesenkim banyak dan mudah didapat dari jaringan lemak yang cara pengambilannya kurang invasif, juga dari pulpa gigi, plasenta, dan jaringan tali pusat. Slide. Sel punca embrionik versus sel punca dewasa. Kalau kita bandingkan potensinya atau kemampuan diferensiasinya, Sel punca embrionik bersifat pluripoten, sedang sel punca dewasa hanya multipoten. Sel punca embrionik dalam pembuatannya mengorbankan embrio, sehingga dari sisi etika dan agama kurang dapat diterima. Sedangkan sel punca dewasa tidak menimbulkan masalah etik bila pengambilannya mengikuti prinsip Good Laboratory Practice atau GLP dan Good Clinical Practice atau GCP. Penggunaan sel punca embrionik dapat menyebabkan terbentuknya teratoma pada pasien, sedangkan sel punca dewasa tidak. Akan tetapi, masih ada pertanyaan, apakah sel punca dewasa dapat memunculkan tumor? Bila tumor berasal dari sel punca yang diberikan, kemungkinan besar tidak, karena sel punca tidak membentuk tumor. Akan tetapi, bila pasien mempunyai tumor laten yang belum terdeteksi, sel punca dewasa bisa saja memicu pertumbuhan tumor laten tersebut. Karena sel punca umumnya mensekresi atau menghasilkan faktor pertumbuhan dan faktor angiogenesis yang mempromosikan pertumbuhan tumor yang sudah ada. Selain itu, penggunaan sel punca embrionik dilarang. Karenanya, untuk terapi, tidak ada pilihan lain selain menggunakan sel punca dewasa. Slide. Pertanyaan selanjutnya adalah, sel punca dewasa dari mana? Dari siapa? Dari pasien sendiri atau dari donor? Bila berasal dari pasien sendiri atau autologus, sel punca dapat diisolasi dari sumsum tulang, jaringan lemak atau gigi molar 3. Akan tetapi, sel punca yang didapat relatif sedikit dan tidak akan cukup untuk terapi, sehingga perlu diperbanyak yang membutuhkan waktu minimal 3 minggu bila isolasi sel dan kultur berhasil baik. Sedangkan pasien COVID-19 tentunya tidak dapat menunggu selama itu. Selain itu, untuk kultur dibutuhkan fasilitas kultur atau produksi sel berstandar Good Manufacturing Practice atau GMP yang sudah mendapat sertifikasi lab dan izin operasional dari BPOM. Sedangkan fasilitas seperti itu di Indonesia dapat dihitung dengan jari. Selain kultur sel yang berasal dari pasien COVID-19 memberi resiko penularan pada petugas kultur, karenanya tidak direkomendasikan. Karena itu, penggunaan sel dari donor lebih sesuai untuk pasien COVID-19. Sel donor biasanya memang tersedia dalam bentuk simpan beku. Akan tetapi sebelum digunakan perlu ditowing, dicuci, dan dikultur ulang yang memakan waktu 5-7 hari. Sel perlu dikultur ulang karena sehabis disimpan beku, kondisi sel tidak maksimal. Selain itu, membutuhkan fasilitas kultur sel dari donor, juga membutuhkan fasilitas penyimpanan sel, karena sel harus disimpan dengan cara disimpan beku dalam medium kriopreservasi dan disimpan dalam kriotank dengan suhu 180 sampai 196 derajat Celcius. Lanjut. Sel punca ada beberapa macam. Sel punca yang mana yang cocok untuk pasien COVID-19? Karena sel yang digunakan berasal dari donor, maka sel harus tidak memiliki atau hanya memiliki sedikit HLA-DR, sehingga sel yang diberikan tidak dianggap sebagai sel asing dan tidak ditolak. Selain itu, karena pada pneumonia COVID terdapat inflamasi pada paru dan terkadang terjadi badai sitokin yang memperparah penyakitnya, maka sel punca yang diberikan diharapkan dapat mengatasi inflamasi dan badai sitokin. Sehingga sel punca yang dipilih haruslah yang mempunyai efek antiinflamasi dan imunomodulator. Selain itu, karena pada COVID-19 terjadi kerusakan jaringan dan juga fibrosis, maka sel punca yang diberikan sebaiknya menghasilkan berbagai faktor pertumbuhan dan angiogenesis untuk membantu memperbaiki kerusakan jaringan dan faktor antifibrosis untuk menghambat terjadinya fibrosis. Sel punca yang diberikan juga diharapkan dapat berdiferensiasi menjadi sel yang dibutuhkan untuk menggantikan sel yang mati. Walaupun banyak penelitian membuktikan bahwa hanya sedikit sekali sel punca yang diberikan akan menggantikan sel yang rusak. Karena kerja sel punca terutama lewat penghasilan faktor parakrin yang akan memobilisasi sel punca endogen untuk berdiferensiasi menjadi sel yang dibutuhkan dan menggantikan sel yang mati. Sebagai kesimpulan, sel punca yang memiliki semua persyaratan di atas adalah sel punca mesenkim atau mesenchymal stem cells atau MSC. Slide. Ini adalah mekanisme kerja sel punca secara umum. Bila ada suatu penyakit yang menyebabkan terjadinya kerusakan sel dan jaringan, kemudian diberikan terapi sel punca, maka sebagian sel punca akan homing atau pergi ke daerah yang rusak tersebut. Di sana, sel punca akan berdiferensiasi atau berubah menjadi sel yang dibutuhkan dan menggantikan sel yang rusak, atau berinteraksi dengan sel yang rusak secara parakrin dan menyebabkan sel punca residen atau endogen berdiferensiasi menggantikan sel yang rusak, sehingga terjadi perbaikan jaringan. Akan tetapi, sel punca dapat pula terperangkap pada tempat yang jauh dari tempat kerusakan, dan terutama biasanya terperangkap di paru-paru. Sel punca yang berada di tempat yang jauh dari kerusakan akan menerima sinyal SOS dari sel yang sekarat dan melakukan komunikasi jarak jauh, lalu menghasilkan berbagai faktor yang dibutuhkan untuk perbaikan jaringan. Faktor tersebut lewat pembuluh darah pergi ke tempat kerusakan dan menyebabkan terjadinya perbaikan. Faktor yang dibutuhkan tersebut disebut sebagai sekretom yang mengandung berbagai macam sitokin, hemokin, faktor pertumbuhan, dan badan ekstrasel bersalut membran yang disebut microvesicle dan exosome. Lanjutkan, slide. Ini adalah penggunaan sel punca mesenkim untuk COVID-19 yang sudah dipublikasi. Tari melaporkan 12 kasus COVID-19 yang refrakter terhadap terapi dan sedang menggunakan ventilator. Pasien diberi rioncil yang disebut juga remestem sel L, itu adalah nama dagang dari sel punca mesenkim asal sumsum tulang yang diproduksi oleh mesoblast. Dan 75% dari pasien bebas ventilator dalam 10 hari. Sedangkan terapi standar pada dua jaringan rumah sakit referral di New York City selama bulan Maret sampai April tahun 2020 menunjukkan hanya 9% dari 445 dan 12% dari 320 pasien yang bergantung pada ventilator yang berhasil hidup. Akan tetapi, ini hanyalah laporan kasus yang keadaan lain selain penggunaan ventilator mungkin tidak setara dengan pasien rumah sakit yang dijadikan perbandingan, sehingga tidak bisa diperbandingkan. Slide. Ini adalah publikasi lain tentang pemberian sel punca mesenkim pada COVID-19. Liem dan kawan-kawan melakukan randomized clinical trial atau RCT, yaitu uji klinik acak yang memberikan sel punca mesenkim asal tali pusat pada pasien COVID-19 dengan pneumonia yang melibatkan 60 pasien pada kelompok perlakuan dan 60 pasien pada kelompok kontrol. Dan mempublikasi sebagian hasilnya pada jurnal Aging Disease, yaitu pada 7 pasien kelompok perlakuan dan 3 pasien kelompok kontrol. Kelompok perlakuan mendapat sel punca mesenkim asal tali pusat secara intravena sebanyak 1 kali. Sel punca mesenkimnya dikultur dalam medium yang mengandung FPS atau serum janin sapi. Pasase sel yang digunakan adalah pasase 6 dan sel punca mesenkim dinyatakan tidak mempunyai ACE2 atau TMPRSS2, jadi tidak akan dimasuki oleh virus SARS-CoV-2. Hasilnya sangat menjanjikan dalam hal perbaikan klinis dan profil sitokin serum. Akan tetapi, ternyata kelompok perlakuan dan kontrol tidak setara dalam hal usia pasien. Kelompok kontrol yang meninggal usianya jauh lebih tua dari pasien kelompok perlakuan. Dan berat penyakit pada perlakuan lebih bervariasi dibanding kelompok kontrol. Yaitu pada kelompok perlakuan terdapat 1 pasien dengan COVID-19 berat derajat kritis, 4 pasien COVID-19 berat, dan 1 pasien COVID-19 derajat sedang yang semuanya sembuh. Sedangkan kelompok kontrol semua terdiri atas pasien COVID-19 berat dengan hasil 1 meninggal, 1 mengalami ARDS, dan 1 stabil. Penelitian ini merupakan uji klinik acak yang pertama yang memberikan sel punca mesenkim pada COVID-19. Dan uji klinik acak dianggap sebagai evidence-based atau bukti dengan level tertinggi kedua di bawah meta-analisis yang dianggap sebagai level tertinggi. Akan tetapi, karena kelompok kontrol dan perlakuan tidak setara, serta jumlah yang sangat kecil, maka bukti khasiat sel punca mesenkim pada COVID-19 masih belum cukup kuat. Slide. Ini adalah publikasi COVID-19 dari Indonesia yang dipublikasi oleh Profesor Ismail Hadi Subroto Dilogo dan kawan-kawan yang melibatkan pasien di 4 rumah sakit, yaitu RSTM, Rumah Sakit Penyakit Infeksi Sulianti Saroso, Rumah Sakit Persahabatan, dan RS. Penelitian ini adalah uji klinik acak yang dianggap berhasil dan merupakan bukti dengan level tertinggi di bawah meta-analisis. Penelitian ini memberikan sel punca mesenkim asal Tari pusat secara intravena sebagai terapi ajukan pada pasien COVID-19 derajat kritis yang dirawat di ICU. Pada pasien derajat kritis dengan ARDS dan badai sitokin, pemberian sel punca mesenkim diharapkan dapat mengubah kondisi proinflamatori menjadi anti-inflamatori dengan mempengaruhi fungsi sel sistem. Penelitian ini melibatkan 40 pasien yang dibagi 2 secara acak menjadi 20 pasien pada kelompok kontrol yang mendapat terapi standar dan placebo, dan 20 pasien pada kelompok perlakuan yang mendapat terapi standar ditambah sel punca mesenkim. Hasilnya sangat menjanjikan, yaitu angka kesintasan atau survival pasien kelompok sel atau perlakuan adalah 2,5 kali kelompok kontrol, yaitu pada kelompok perlakuan hanya 10 dari 20 pasien yang meninggal, sedangkan pada kelompok kontrol 16 dari 20 pasien meninggal. Pada pasien yang sembuh, kadar interleukin 6 yang merupakan sitokin proinflamasi turun. Apabila yang dinilai adalah pasien dengan komorbid saja, maka kesintasan kelompok perlakuan adalah 4,5 kali kelompok kontrol. Selain itu, tidak ditemukan efek samping pemberian sel punca mesenkim. Jadi, ini adalah publikasi pertama dari Indonesia yang dipublikasi di jurnal bergengsi Q1, yaitu Stem Cells Translational Medicine, yang hasilnya dapat dipercaya karena kelompok perlakuan dan kontrol setara dalam hal usia dan beratnya penyakit, sehingga dapat digunakan sebagai bukti dengan level tertinggi bahwa sel punca mesenkim memang cukup berkhasiat untuk menurunkan kematian pada COVID-19 derajat kritis. Slide berikut. Di Indonesia, ada juga penelitian penggunaan sel punca mesenkim pada COVID-19 derajat sedang sampai berat yang sedang berjalan dan dilakukan oleh Dr. Erlina Burhan dan kawan-kawan di Jakarta. Penelitian ini adalah uji klinik acak pada 24 kasus COVID-19 derajat sedang sampai berat, untuk mengetahui apakah sel punca mesenkim juga berkhasiat pada pasien COVID-19 derajat sedang sampai berat. Kelompok perlakuan mendapat terapi standar ditambah sel punca mesenkim asal tali pusat secara intravena, sedangkan kelompok kontrol mendapat terapi standar dan placebo. Luaran primer adalah angka kesintasan dan luaran sekunder adalah perbaikan klinis dan laboratorium serta ada atau tidaknya efek samping. Slide berikut. Kesimpulan, sel punca mesenkim sangat menjanjikan sebagai terapi adjuvan pada COVID-19. Akan tetapi, masih diperlukan banyak uji klinik dan meta-analisis untuk mendapat bukti yang lebih kuat. Selain itu, perlu diketahui tahap mana dari COVID-19 yang akan memberikan respon yang baik pada terapi sel punca mesenkim. Apakah derajat ringan, sedang, berat, atau kritis? Untuk itu masih perlu dilakukan berbagai uji klinik untuk menjawabnya. Sekian, terima kasih atas perhatian.
Baik, terima kasih Prof. Arviana yang telah menyampaikan mengenai potensi dari terapi stem cell. Berikutnya saya mengundang Dr. Erina ya untuk aplikasi klinisnya ini untuk sel punca atau stem cell untuk COVID-19 derajat berat ataupun yang kritis. Ini merupakan uji klinisnya. Kami beritahukan Dr. Erina Burhan adalah staf di Rumah Sakit Paru, Rumah Sakit Persahabatan, staf departemen dari ilmu penyakit paru ya dan respirasi Fakultas FKUI, dan tentunya Dr. Erina ini sudah sangat terkenal merupakan salah seorang key person ya untuk COVID-19 ya. Kalau kita selama waktu pandemi COVID-19, waktu gelombang 1 atau gelombang 2 seringkali mendominasi di media massa ya dan jadi narasumber. Demikian kami berikan waktu juga untuk Dr. Erina untuk 20 menit untuk menyampaikan presentasinya. Silakan, Dr. Erina.
Terima kasih Prof. Ismail atas kesempatannya. Izin share ini screen saya. Oke.
Sebagian tadi sudah disitasi sama Arviana ya. Ini belum kok belum bagus ya koneksinya. PowerPoint-nya belum terupload ya. Nah, sekarang udah.
Ya, terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Saya menerangkan dulu. Ya, terima kasih. Prof. Sena juga sudah menyampaikan bahwa saya dan teman-teman peneliti.
Mungkin di slideshow dulu, Dr. Erina. Dr. Erina belum terpental ya. Dr. Erina. Masih di mute?
Oke, baik Prof. Saya ulangi kembali nih.
Ya, di share screen lagi Prof. Dr. Erina.
Ya, apakah terlihat Prof?
Bagus, sudah.
Oke, ya baik. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ini tadi penelitian yang juga sudah disampaikan sekilas oleh Prof. Shana, yaitu penelitian saya dan kawan-kawan ini di Persahabatan dan juga RSUI. Judulnya adalah penggunaan umbilical cord mesenchymal stem cell sebagai terapi pasien dengan COVID-19 yang ada pneumonia dan masuk kategori sedang dan berat. Ya, dan penelitian kami ini mendapatkan hibah dari Menristekbrin ini lumayan banyak, tapi memang tidak cukup sebetulnya. Tetapi sebagai peneliti yang ingin sekali bahwa kita punya bukti-bukti yang solid, maka ini tetap kita jalankan walaupun sebetulnya kita masih memerlukan sekitar 20 pasien lagi agar datanya lebih lengkap. Baik, tujuan penelitian ini adalah untuk mengetahui apakah penggunaan stem cell yang dari tali pusat ini bisa memperbaiki manifestasi klinis. Jadi kondisi klinis pasien ya, yang kita bisa lihat dari beberapa parameter atau biomarker, dan juga tentu saja melihat perbaikan jaringan parunya. Selain dari biomarker, kita juga akan melihat satu persatu parameter dari perbaikan jaringan paru. Ya, tadi sudah disampaikan bahwa situasi di Indonesia banyak pasien COVID-nya lebih dari 4 jutaan, yang meninggal 143 ribuan, ini angka yang cukup tinggi, dan alhamdulillah sekarang kondisi membaik, semakin landai ya, dan apalagi ditambah dengan vaksinasi yang juga berjalan dengan baik. Jadi sekitar 37% penduduk Indonesia sudah divaksin yang cukup lengkap, dan lebih dari 1 juta petugas kesehatannya juga sudah divaksin yang ketiga. Mudah-mudahan ke depannya pandemi ini tidak lagi menjadi permasalahan, dan diharapkan cukup menjadi endemi saja, artinya hanya beberapa orang yang sakit. Tapi meskipun demikian, kita ingin walaupun beberapa orang ke depannya jumlah kasusnya, tapi mereka mengalami kesembuhan yang sempurna, termasuk bahwa jaringan parunya terjaga dari fibrotik. Ya, yang melatar belakangi penelitian kami ini adalah bahwa kita tahu pada kondisi COVID sedang dan berat juga terjadi badai sitokain, dan kami ingin membuktikan bahwa mesenchymal stem cell atau pemberian sel punca ini yang berasal dari tali pusat itu akan bisa mengaktifkan sitokain yang baik dan melemahkan sitokain yang jahat ya. Jadi ini bahasa awamnya. Jadi ingin membuat bahwa sitokain proinflamasi itu jumlahnya menurun dan sitokain antiinflamasi itu berkurang. Jadi memperbanyak sitokain baik dan mengurangi sitokain yang jahat. Ya, ini kerangka konsepnya itu tadi melihat perbaikan klinis, dan juga ya pada akhirnya selain melihat parameter biomarker, juga melihat bagaimana jaringan parunya, fototoraknya akan kita bandingkan, dan juga ingin kita melihat survival ya. Dan penelitian ini sudah mendapatkan izin dari KFER dan juga PPUK dari Badan POM ya, dan ini adalah spesifikasi produk yang digunakan. Produk kami ini diproduksi oleh IPT Teknologi Kedokteran Sel Punca, kolaborasi antara RSCM, FKUI, dan PT Kimia Farma Tbk. Ya, dan mudah-mudahan bahwa produk ini kemudian akan mendapatkan EUA sehingga bisa dipakai atau bisa dihadirkan sebagai pelayanan, bukan lagi hanya untuk penelitian. Persyaratan laboratorium pengelolaan stem cell ini juga sudah memenuhi kriteria sesuai dengan Permenkes tahun 2012, dan juga syarat-syaratnya memenuhi kriteria dari SK Menteri Kesehatan yang baru yang nomor 32 tahun 2018, dan juga memiliki izin produksi sesuai dengan CPOB, cara pembuatan obat yang baik, ini yang dikeluarkan oleh Badan POM tahun 2018 juga. Jadi artinya produk yang kita pakai ini adalah produk yang betul-betul terjaga. Dan saya juga ingin menyampaikan bahwa sudah mendapatkan izin operasional juga dari Kemenkes. Ini ada kita lihat fotonya, foto para penggiat stem cell ini dari FKUI RSCM, dan alhamdulillah kemudian kelompok-kelompok penggiat stem cell ini mengajak yang lain, termasuk saya ini adalah newcomer yang diajak oleh Prof. Ismail untuk bisa mengikuti penelitian ini agar kita bisa membantu pasien-pasien COVID. Saya ingat dulu pasien COVID ini rata-rata meninggal ya, terutama di rumah sakit rujukan tempat saya bertugas, itu kalau pasien sudah pakai ventilator 70-87% itu meninggal dulu di awal tahun 2020. Itulah yang mendasari kemudian kenapa Prof. Ismail mengatakan, yuk Dokter Elina kita pakai sel punca, dan beliau kemudian menginisiasi penelitian yang pertama sekali untuk pasien-pasien kritis, dan saya melanjutkan untuk pasien yang sedang dan berat. Ya, jadi untuk penelitian sedang dan berat ini sebetulnya direncanakan 3 rumah sakit, yaitu Persahabatan, RSUI, dan juga Rumah Sakit Sulianti Saroso, dan dana yang kami dapatkan dari BRIN itu hanya untuk 16 pasien, 8 untuk kelompok perlakuan yang mendapatkan obat aktif, dan 8 lagi ada untuk yang kontrol. Alhamdulillah kami mendapatkan diskon. Ya, jadi memang harga stem cell ini lumayan mahal untuk produksinya, dan kami untuk penelitian ini mendapatkan diskon sehingga dana yang didapatkan dari hibah tersebut bisa dipakai untuk 24 pasien. Sebetulnya 23 karena dosis stem cell ini berdasarkan berat badannya. Jadi 1 kilogram berat badan itu membutuhkan 1 juta sel. Nah, jadi semakin gemuk pasiennya makin banyak berjuta-juta sel yang diperlukan, dan itu biaya produksinya juga banyak. Jadi walaupun sudah mendapat diskon, kita sebetulnya bisa hanya merekrut 23 subjek, tapi kemudian 1 subjek lagi biayanya itu dicarikan oleh Prof. Ismail ya. Terima kasih Prof. Ya, ini dari penelitian kami yang untuk yang sedang dan berat ini. Kalau kita lihat sepintas untuk melihat yang survive dibandingkan dengan yang meninggal antara kelompok perlakuan, kelompok MSC, dan kelompok kontrol, ini terlihat bahwa yang di kelompok perlakuan yang survive atau hidup itu 9 orang, sementara yang kontrol 8 orang, yang meninggal di kelompok perlakuan 3, sementara di kelompok kontrol itu 4 orang. Jadi memang ini cukup sebanding ya kalau kita lihat setara ini antara kontrol dan perlakuan, sama-sama 12 orang di masing-masing kelompok, namun kelompok perlakuan lebih menang 1 pasien yang lebih jumlahnya yang hidup dibandingkan yang kontrol. Dan dari sisi karakteristik lainnya seperti komorbid, karena komorbid ini penting sekali. Tadi disampaikan oleh Prof. Shana bahwa pasien-pasien yang komorbidnya sedikit itu survivalnya 4,5 kali lipat lebih baik dibandingkan yang komorbidnya banyak. Kita lihat di sini untuk yang perlakuan atau stem cell, komorbid diabetesnya itu lebih banyak, itu 6, sementara kontrol 3 subjek, dan untuk di IC ini sebanding, untuk hipertensi juga sebanding, untuk CHF itu lebih kelainan jantung yang gagal jantung yang berat itu lebih banyak di kelompok perlakuan, dan juga obesitas juga sedikit lebih tinggi di perlakuan. Ya, jadi sepertinya sepintas kita lihat komorbid di kelompok perlakuan ini lebih banyak dibandingkan dengan kelompok kontrol. Itu barangkali salah satu yang menjadi co-founding factor pada saat kita menganalisis. Ya, tadi berdasarkan komorbid saya sudah menyampaikan. Ini kita lihat juga koagulasi ya. Kita lihat dari faktor koagulasi ternyata kelompok kontrol juga sebetulnya yang sembuh bahkan yang mengalami hiperkoagulasi itu lebih banyak dibandingkan tentu saja dengan yang meninggal. Jadi kita bisa lihat di sini beberapa komorbid walaupun pada kelompok yang sembuh itu tetap banyak ya. Dan bahkan ada yang meninggal itu komorbidnya lebih yang dengan komorbid DM itu lebih sedikit. Yang meninggal mungkin ada faktor yang lain bisa jadi ya. Dan untuk hiperkoagulasi yang sembuh itu 4 orang loh yang punya hiperkoagulasi, sementara yang meninggal hanya 2 orang dengan hiperkoagulasi. Ya, jadi tentu saja karena jumlah pasiennya ini hanya 12 masing-masing grup, saya berasumsi ada faktor-faktor lain yang mesti kita lebih analisis lagi untuk melihat apakah angka-angka ini dapat kita simpulkan. Tapi yang jelas bahwa ini kita lihat ini ya interval dari implantasi stem cell sampai dia meninggal. Yang stem cell ini rata-rata 13 hari, sementara yang kontrol 7 hari sudah meninggal rata-rata ya. Tapi yang diberikan stem cell sedikit lebih lama, 2 kali lipat lebih lama ya, sebelum meninggal. Jadi ada perpanjangan survival sedikit, tapi lagi-lagi karena jumlah pasiennya masing-masing hanya 12, ini belum terlihat suatu hasil yang signifikan secara statistik. Tapi kalau kita melihat kata-kata meninggal walaupun berbeda satu, tentu saja satu yang hidup itu tetap berarti. Ya, ini parameter laboratorium. Yang kita lihat di sini adalah ferritin, limfosit, dan juga melihat hasil interleukin 6 ya. Dan kita lihat di sini contohnya ferritin mestinya menurun. Kita lihat garis yang biru itu adalah kelompok yang mendapatkan mesenchymal stem cell, itu tajam sekali penurunannya. Ya, karena memang rata-ratanya lebih tinggi, menurunnya juga lebih tajam, sementara kelompok yang kontrol juga menurun tapi tidak terlalu tajam. Tapi lagi-lagi karena jumlahnya sedikit, maka signifikansinya kita tidak lihat ini bermakna. Demikian juga dengan lymphocyte count yang kita harapkan harusnya lebih meningkat. Di sini memang meningkat tetapi juga tidak berbeda bermakna. Demikian juga VEGF, kita lihat di sini terjadi penurunan untuk yang kelompok perlakuan. Tentu saja kita harus menilik satu persatu, jangan-jangan ada faktor yang lain. Nah, untuk sitokin interleukin 6 ini sitokin yang sangat terkenal kalau ingin melihat keparahan suatu penyakit ya. Dan semakin tinggi interleukin 6-nya itu semakin banyak badai sitokin, semakin berat ya. Dan kita lihat di sini bahwa kelompok yang tidak mendapatkan stem cell itu peningkatan interleukin 6-nya sangat tinggi dibandingkan kelompok yang mendapatkan stem cell. Itu memang meningkat juga tapi tidak terlalu tinggi. Tapi lagi-lagi karena jumlah subjek kita yang masih 12 masing-masing, padahal sebetulnya kita mengharapkan 20 dari masing-masing kelompok, tapi ya kita sabar saja, ini adalah hasil sementara ya. Demikian juga sitokin yang baik nih, sitokin interleukin 10. Seharusnya juga terjadi peningkatan, ya memang terjadi peningkatan pada kelompok stem cell, kita lihat nih meningkat cukup baik, dan sementara yang pada kelompok yang tidak diberikan stem cell atau kelompok kontrol tidak terjadi peningkatan sitokin yang baik ini, tetapi lagi-lagi angka ini tidak cukup untuk membandingkan keduanya. Nah, bagaimana ini, karena saya klinisi, kita biasanya lihat foto torak. Ini kita lihat 2 pasien ya. Pasien yang pertama itu terlihat sekali konsolidasi dan juga fibrotik yang cukup luas pada awalnya, lalu kemudian setelah kita berikan stem cell ini terlihat cukup bagus perbaikannya, cukup bersih walaupun masih ada fibrotik yang tertinggal ya, tapi ini luar biasa kalau kita lihat hanya dari sisi foto torak. Ya, demikian juga pasien yang kedua itu subjek DSA, itu cukup luas ya lesi di parunya kiri kanan, bahkan dari bawah sampai ke atas itu fibrotik juga luas. Tapi salah satu tadi yang juga Prof. sampaikan bahwa mesenchymal stem cell selain sebagai antiinflamasi dan imunomodulator tapi juga punya fungsi sebagai antifibrotik. Kita lihat di sini fibrotiknya yang tersisa hanya sedikit sekali. Barangkali ke depannya kita juga bisa melihat nih para klinisi, orang-orang yang survive setelah pemberian stem cell ini apakah mengalami long COVID atau tidak. Karena apa? Karena fibrosis yang lama, yang banyak, yang tersisa sequelenya itu akan menimbulkan gejala long COVID. Jadi masih banyak yang kita bisa lihat. Lalu kendala penelitian kami apa? Ya, penelitian kendalanya adalah biasa prosedur administrasi tiap rumah sakit itu berbeda-beda, sehingga mulai penelitian ini juga berbeda-beda, ada yang duluan mulai, ada yang belakangan. Bahkan salah satu site kami, Rumah Sakit Sulianti Saroso, ini terlalu lama sehingga akhirnya kita tidak berhasil mengambil subjek dari Rumah Sakit Sulianti Saroso ya. dan juga beberapa pasien yang merupakan kandidat untuk penelitian kami dengan cepat mengalami perburukan sehingga agak-agak lambat ini mendapatkan pasien. Dan kemudian juga tadi bahwa kita masih kurang 16 pasien lagi, dan kalau dihitung 16 pasien ini bisa 2 miliar biayanya.
Kurang 2 menit,
dan,
Dr. Elina, 2 menit lagi.
Oke, baik Prof ya. Kita perlu menambah 16 subjek lagi. Namun saya ingin menyampaikan ini penelitian mesenchymal stem cell yang dilakukan oleh Prof. Ismail, dan saya juga termasuk salah satu co-author atau penelitiannya. Ini kita lihat, ini luar biasa hasil penelitian ini, tapi khusus untuk yang kritis ya, bukan yang sedang dan berat. Dan kita lihat tercapai sekali ini di sini luarannya, yaitu melihat mortalitas dan juga lama rawat. Kita lihat di sini bahwa survival rate untuk yang mendapatkan mesenchymal itu 2,5 kali lebih baik daripada kontrol. Apalagi kalau komorbidnya yang cuma 1, maka survivalnya lebih tinggi, 4,5 lebih tinggi dibandingkan yang kontrol. Nah, berikutnya interleukin 6 juga demikian, terjadi perbaikan yang sangat luar biasa. Dan juga untuk parameter yang lain, ini satu contoh penelitian yang cukup sampelnya dan hasilnya juga sesuai dengan yang diharapkan. Dan tadi juga disampaikan sudah terpublikasi di jurnal yang sangat bergengsi, Q1 Stem Cell Translational Medicine ya, dan ini indeks Scopus-nya bagus dengan SJR 1,78 dengan impact factor yang juga di atas 6. Selamat kepada Prof. Ismail dan kawan-kawan. Saya merasa bangga menjadi bagian dari penelitian ini. Terima kasih, saya kira cukup. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Oh ya, satu lagi 30 detik, bahwa produk dari stem cell ini yang namanya Medicell Cipto ini dalam proses pengajuan izin edar emergency use authorization ke Badan POM, mudah-mudahan segera berhasil. Terima kasih. Jadi riset ini sangat penting. Kalau riset ini meninggalkan footprint, meninggalkan jejak di hati kita, maka we are never ever the same. Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Baik, terima kasih Mbak Besa, Dr. Elina Burhan yang telah menyampaikan aplikasi klinis dari stem cell. Nah, sekarang kita mendengar ini sekretum atau metabolitnya dari stem cell yang dalam hal ini akan disampaikan oleh Profesor Murdani Abdullah. Profesor Murdani adalah salah satu profesor kita di FKUI di Departemen Penyakit Dalam, dan dia juga ketua dari Human Cancer Research Center ya, IMERI. Silakan Prof. Murdani untuk menyampaikan presentasinya.
Terima kasih, Prof. Ismail. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat siang, Bapak Ibu semuanya. Ini suatu kehormatan bagi saya untuk ikut serta dalam sesi ini. Terima kasih pada panitia, Prof. Syana, guru saya, dan kolega saya, Dr. Elina Burhan. Pada kesempatan ini saya ingin menyampaikan sekilas tentang hasil yang kami dapatkan dari uji klinik yang kami lakukan. Mohon izin saya untuk share screen. Apakah slide saya terlihat?
Ya, di slideshow, Prof.
Oke, baik. Ya, terima kasih. Topik dari pemaparan saya hari ini adalah efek dan keamanan terapi sekretom sel punca mesenchymal pada COVID-19 berat, suatu uji klinik acak ganda. Ini outline dari makalah saya, dan saya kira semua kita sepakat bahwa pandemi ini sungguh sangat menyusahkan semua kita dan memberikan dampak yang luar biasa, jadi beban masyarakat dan beban keluarga. Dan kita telah melihat 2 gelombang yang menimpa masyarakat kita. Sementara itu kita tahu bahwa pengobatan yang tuntas belum kita dapatkan. Walaupun ada beberapa center yang mengklaim bahwa mereka menemukan obat untuk COVID-19 ini. Kalau kita lihat dari patofisiologi, di sini kita lihat bahwa sebagai layaknya infeksi virus itu, pada saat virus masuk ke dalam tubuh kita, maka akan ditangkap oleh reseptor tertentu, dalam hal ini reseptor ACE2 dan TMPRSS2. Dan di sini virus bisa mengalami replikasi yang aktif dan bisa melepaskan produk atau turunan virusnya yang akhirnya bisa menyebabkan kematian sel. Dan tentu tubuh tidak diam, tubuh akan bereaksi. Nah, reaksi tubuh ini kita bisa bagi dua kategori nih, respon yang fisiologis dan respon yang justru patogenik yang merusak tubuh itu sendiri. Nah, reaksi tubuh Diantha adalah dibentuknya sitokin dan kemokin akibat kehadiran virus tadi. Virus menghasilkan sejumlah sitokin dan kemokin yang merupakan pro-inflammatory dan tubuh bereaksi dengan sejumlah reaksi yang standar yang selalu timbul bila mana berhadapan dengan infeksi seperti ini, yang tujuan adalah untuk mengeliminasi infeksi. Nah, bila mana respon fisiologis itu diharapkan untuk mengatasi infeksi, namun dalam kenyataan tidak semua respon tubuh itu bisa mengendalikan infeksi yang ada, dan pada sebahagian kasus justru respon tubuh ini memperburuk kondisi tubuh sendiri, sementara infeksinya masih eksis. Nah, dalam hal ini kita lihat apa dampaknya bagi tubuh, bahwa infiltrasi berlebih dari sel imun pada paru-paru itu bisa menyebabkan produksi sistem berlebih sitokin pro-inflamatorik dan menyebabkan gangguan. Dan salah satu akibatnya pada akhirnya adalah timbul organ failure akibat keterlibatan organ ekstrapulmonar dan respon prokoagulan. Inilah kira-kira yang terjadi dalam tubuh kita pada saat virus ini masuk dan mengalami respon imunologis dari tubuh. Nah, kita lihat di sini bahwa aktivasi interferon tipe 1 yang dipicu oleh virus yang masuk ke dalam tubuh itu, di sini pasien bisa mengalami apa kita sebut sebagai infeksi COVID-19 berat akibat respon interferon tipe 1 yang tertunda, yang meningkatkan replikasi virus dan menyebabkan influx sel inflamatorik serta ekspresi berlebih dari sitokin pro-inflamasi. Nah, di sini kita mengamati bahwa pada kasus COVID-19 yang berat ini, sejumlah sitokin pro-inflamatori itu kadarnya lebih tinggi dalam darah dibandingkan dengan mereka-mereka dengan derajat penyakit yang lebih rendah. Di sini terkait dengan disturasi sel T dan lainnya. Nah, sekali lagi untuk pengobatan infeksi seperti ini, pendekatan terapi yang menekan sitokin pro-inflamasi dan respon inflamasi berlebih diharapkan dapat menurunkan disfungsi organ dan meningkatkan kesintasan ataupun harapan hidup dari penderita COVID-19. Sekedar mengingatkan kita bagaimana kita melakukan pembagian COVID-19 ringan, sedang, berat, dan kritis, dan penelitian kita ini mengambil porsi penderita COVID-19 yang kategori berat dengan tanda klinis pneumonia, demam, batuk, sesak napas, dan napas yang cepat. Ditambah satu dari kriteria berikut, yaitu frekuensi napas lebih dari 30 kali per menit dan distres pernafasan berat atau SP2 kurang dari 93 derajat pada pernafasan udara ruang. Kita tahu bahwa untuk terapi COVID-19 belum ada terapi antiviral yang spesifik untuk COVID-19 ini. Dan tata laksana berbasis simptomatik, terapi O2 menjadi perawatan utama untuk infeksi berat. Sementara itu, agen terapeutik farmakologis yang sering kita gunakan dengan data yang ada adalah antivirus, yaitu favipiravir, remdesivir, kemudian juga kortikosteroid, dexamethasone, dan juga anti-interleukin 6, tocilizumab, dan antibodi monoklonal. Dan kita tahu bahwa belum ada terapi yang berbasis sel punca yang disetujui untuk COVID-19 karena terbatasnya evidence yang ada. Oleh dan tadi telah disampaikan secara jelas bagaimana peran sel punca mesenkimia dari data-data yang kita punya. Saya pikir tidak akan mengulang lagi. Namun kita lihat di sini bahwa mekanisme kerja terapeutik sel punca mesenkimia yang merupakan induk dari sekretom, termasuk homing, kemampuan bermigrasi menuju lokasi lesi melalui mekanisme kemotaktik, kapasitas diferensiasi baik itu regenerasi jaringan ataupun sekresi faktor bioaktif, memodulasi proses fisiologi lokal dan sistemik. Dan saya pikir besar harapan kita bahwa derivat dari sel punca mesenkimia yang kita sebut sebagai sekretom ini punya perilaku yang lebih kurang sama, dan beberapa perilaku sekretom yang sempat diamatin seperti paling slide ini, bahwa aktivitas parakrin ini berupa pelepasan molekul bioaktif, ya bisa berupa faktor transkripsi, sitokin, kemokin, asam nukleat, hormon, vesicle, extracellular, molekular, angiogenik, dan mediator lipid. Semua ini ada dalam kandungan sekretom. Jadi sekretom ini merupakan produk sampingan dari pada saat produksi stem cell dilakukan. Sekretom sel punca mesenkimia diharapkan memiliki keuntungan dibandingkan dengan terapi stem cell yang konvensional. Yang pertama dalam hal tidak ada efek tumorigenisitas, kemudian imunogenisitas yang lebih rendah, serta tidak mentransmisi infeksi laten, dan beberapa kelebihan teknis lainnya seperti biaya diharapkan lebih murah dibandingkan penggunaan stem cell, dan juga manipulasi penyimpanan dan availabilitas yang lebih baik. Nah, ini beberapa potensi terapeutik sekretom sel punca. Yang pertama, potensi pada penyakit inflamatorik dan degeneratif. Sekretom bisa menghasilkan sejumlah faktor imunomodulatorik yang bisa menginhibisi terhadap proliferasi dan aktivasi sel inflamatorik yang pada akhirnya bisa mengurangi kerusakan sel yang terkait inflamasi. Nah, efek ini diharapkan bisa membantu mengurangi efek dari infeksi SARS-CoV-2 yang menyebabkan COVID-19. Inilah sejumlah rasionalisasi terapi sel punca pada COVID-19 yang saya pikir juga berlaku untuk sekretom. Teman-teman sekalian, izinkan saya untuk menyampaikan sejauh mana kita telah tahu tentang peran terapi sekretom pada COVID-19 berat. Barangkali ini telah disampaikan oleh Prof. Siana tadi, publikasi dari penelitian Dr. Putra yang mendapatkan hasil yang menjanjikan dari penggunaan sekretom ini pada penderita COVID-19. Kita lihat bahwa terapi sekretom sel punca itu memiliki efek terapeutik yang potensial dengan risiko rendah pada pasien COVID-19 derajat berat. Namun ini adalah serial kasus yang tentu tadi Profesor telah menyebutkan bahwa kita perlu mengkonfirmasi temuan ini dengan uji klinik acak ganda yang memiliki kekuatan yang lebih baik untuk menunjukkan efek dari suatu zat terhadap pengobatan COVID-19 ini. Nah, teman-teman sekalian, kami mencoba melakukan uji klinik acak ganda ini dengan primary endpoint-nya adalah sejumlah sitokin, sebagiannya pro-inflammatory sitokin, sebagian anti-inflammatory sitokin, dan ada juga yang berfungsi dua-duanya pro maupun anti-inflammatory sitokin. Dari hasil studi ini kami dapatkan, studi ini didesain pemeriksaan 3 kali. Pertama sebelum diberikan intervensi, yang kedua pada hari ke-7, dan yang ketiga pada hari ke-14. Kami merekrut 40 pasien, 20 masuk ke kelompok perlakuan, 20 masuk ke kelompok placebo, yang diberikan placebo. Dan pada hari ke-7, dari 40 ini tinggal 35, karena ada 5 subjek yang meninggal Dan kita tahu bahwa mortalitas pada penderita COVID-19 berat ini dilaporkan 12-36%. Jadi meninggalnya 5 orang ini suatu yang memang bahagian dari natural history dari COVID-19 kategori berat ini. Dan pada hari ke-14, sayang sekali beberapa pasien dipulangkan karena sudah perbaikan secara klinis, sehingga kita tidak mendapatkan semua data secara lengkap pada hari ke-14. Pada hari ke-14 tinggal 18 subjek yang bisa kita analisis. Nah, teman-teman sekalian, dari hasil pemeriksaan interleukin 6, interleukin 10, Lief, dan PEGF, serta ferritin, kami mendapatkan tidak ada perbedaan bermakna antara kelompok yang diberikan sekretom dibandingkan dengan yang diberikan placebo. Baik dalam hal interleukin 6, interleukin 10, Lief, maupun PEGF. Baik pada hari ke-7 maupun pada hari ke-14. Nah, namun ada hal yang menarik di sini, pada saat kita melihat dua sitokin, yang satu pro-inflammatory yaitu interleukin 6, yang kedua anti-inflammatory sitokin yaitu interleukin 10. Kalau kita melihat rasio interleukin 6 dibandingkan dengan interleukin 10, artinya kalau rasio ini bertambah besar, artinya interleukin 6 semakin meningkat, atau interleukin 10 semakin menurun, berarti punya potensi untuk perburukan. Maka kita melihat bahwa pada kelompok placebo terjadi peningkatan rasio interleukin 6 dibandingkan interleukin 10. Sebaliknya pada kelompok sekretom kita melihat tidak ada peningkatan rasio ini. Ini menunjukkan tampaknya pemberian sekretom ini mampu mengontrol kenaikan inflamasi pada subjek yang terinfeksi COVID-19. Nah, hal kedua juga kita lihat sih bahwa kita tahu interleukin 6 tadi pro-inflammatory, demikian juga halnya dengan ferritin, dan kita lihat di sini bahwa kelompok kontrol umumnya berada pada posisi di panel 3. Panel 3 ini panel di mana interleukin 6 tinggi dan ferritin tinggi. Sementara kelompok sekretom kita lihat lebih rendah. Dan kalau kita analisis memberikan hasil yang signifikan. Artinya pada kelompok kontrol tanpa pemberian sekretom, maka ada kecenderungan interleukin 6 yang lebih tinggi dan ferritin yang lebih tinggi dibandingkan dengan kelompok yang mendapatkan sekretom pada hari ke-7. Dan saya pikir walaupun ini tampaknya sederhana, tapi saya pikir ini bisa menunjukkan potensi sekretom sebagai salah satu bahan untuk terapi COVID-19 ke depan. Baik teman-teman sekalian, dari data yang kita sampaikan tadi, kita bisa simpulkan bahwa terapi sekretom sel punca mesenchymal tampaknya memberikan harapan untuk terapi COVID-19. Namun bukti mengenai terapi sekretom ini masih terbatas dan perlu dielaborate lebih lanjut. Dan di sini dibutuhkan studi-studi lanjutan berupa randomized control trial dengan populasi yang lebih besar untuk menilai keamanan dan efikasi dari tiap jenis produk sekretom sel punca mesenchymal. Dan barangkali panduan dan guideline yang sesuai perlu diterapkan untuk penggunaan sekretom ini, baik dalam hal dosis, kemudian cara pemberian yang saya kira belum kita sepakati. Dan sebagai informasi, pada studi ini kami memberikan single dose sekretom sejumlah 15 cc yang diberikan di awal penelitian. Demikian Bapak Ibu sekalian dapat saya sampaikan. Atas perhatiannya saya ucapkan terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Terima kasih Prof. Murdani telah menyampaikan presentasinya mengenai uji klinis yang telah dilakukan untuk sekretom ya di beberapa rumah sakit ya, di RSCM, kemudian RSUI ya, Persahabatan dan Fatmawati ya.
Betul Prof. Fatmawati kita belum sempat rekrut karena belum keluar izin lokasi.
3 rumah sakit ya Prof.
Betul Prof.
Oke, baik. Kita sekarang menginjak pada diskusi. Ya. Di sini ada pertanyaan dari Dr. Endah Zuraidah SSI, Master Epidemiologi ya. Bagaimana pasien COVID-19 yang masuk kepada kategori long COVID-19 ya, itu terapi stem cell ini bisa mengatasi apa enggak? Maksudnya mungkin dalam hal ini bisa dijawab oleh Dr. Elina sama Prof. Yana ya. Saya kira sebelum kita menjawab, kita sepakati dulu yang disebut dengan long COVID-19, maksudnya yang ini ya, post-COVID ya, Dr. Elina ya. Ya.
Post-COVID.
Yang fibrosis ya, yang menyebabkan fibrosis.
Ya.
Baik, silakan.
Baik, Prof. Saya coba jawab. Bahwa long COVID itu artinya bahwa proses akutnya sudah selesai dan pasien harus PCR negatif. Jadi sudah dinyatakan sembuh, tetapi karena ada dampak akibat badai sitokin yang terjadi pada saat akut, maka terjadi kerusakan di beberapa tempat. Salah satunya adalah sequelae yang banyak kita temukan, yaitu fibrosis. Nah, mesenchymal stem cell ini memang ada fungsi antifibrosis, tapi tentu saja menurut saya harusnya diberikan pada saat terjadinya inflamasi akut, karena kalau sudah selesai dan sudah ada fibrosis itu tidak lagi bisa mengatasi karena dia mencegah, bukan menghilangkan. Jadi menurut saya ini mungkin tidak, tetapi ini adalah COVID itu adalah suatu penyakit yang baru, masih banyak yang tidak kita ketahui, masih banyak limitasi pengetahuan kita tentang hal ini, maka menurut saya sih worth it to try ya, lebih baik kita coba juga trialnya terutama pada pasien long COVID yang jelas ada fibrosisnya dan kita duga barangkali masih ada inflamasi, sisa-sisa inflamasi, jadi barangkali Prof ini terbuka untuk dilakukan penelitian. Walaupun secara teori mungkin tidak, tapi itu tadi pengetahuan kita masih terbatas. COVID ini sangat dinamis dan banyak hal-hal baru yang kita ketahui. Jangan-jangan kita menemukan sesuatu yang baru juga dengan pemberian stem cell pada long COVID. Demikian Prof.
Ya baik, Prof. Yana, bagaimana Prof? Mungkin bisa menambahkan dari sisi teoritis untuk pengatasan fibrosis ya. Dan juga mungkin pemberiannya nanti mungkin apakah per bronkial ya atau intravena ya. Kalau yang akut kan intravena ya, sedangkan ini untuk yang long COVID mungkin sudah ada fibrosis, mungkin lebih baik pada lokal ya, transbronkial ya.
Terima kasih Prof. Ismail. Baiklah, kalau secara teoretis, memang sel punca mesenchymal itu punya efek antifibrotik. Dan saya setuju dengan Dr. Erlina bahwa ini patut dicoba. Apakah dia bisa untuk mengatasi long COVID? Karena belum pernah dicoba, belum bisa dijawab. Jadi perlu penelitian yang kita desain bagaimana caranya memberikan pada pasien long COVID ini. Jadi supaya dia betul-betul tepat guna dan menuju ke sasarannya. Jadi kita mesti tahu dulu kelainan yang terjadi pada long COVID ini apa saja. Apakah dia hanya pada paru-paru, hanya sebagai fibrosis? Apakah juga pada organ lain? Karena konon kabarnya pada COVID ini juga bisa terjadi multi organ failure. Jadi bisa juga ada kelainan pada organ-organ lain. Jadi berdasarkan pemeriksaan si pasien yang tidak bisa kita pukul rata. Jadi long COVID ini kelainannya ada di mana saja. Seperti itulah kita akan mencoba melakukan penelitian untuk memberikan terapinya. Jadi seandainya hanya terbatas di paru-paru, kita bisa usahakan memberikan cara lokal. Akan tetapi cara lokal ini kalau kita mau memberikan sel punca, tentunya kita harus mungkin memberikan dalam volume yang tidak terlalu besar sehingga dia bisa disebarkan mungkin lewat peralatan ya langsung ke bagian ujung dari saluran pernafasan sehingga dia langsung masuk ke dalam paru-paru. Akan tetapi seandainya pada long COVID ini juga ada kelainan di organ-organ lain, mungkin pendekatan intravena. Jadi ada dua cara. Jadi sebagian diberikan langsung ke paru-parunya dan sebagian diberikan secara intravena. Saya kira ini hanya suatu perkiraan saja. Karena kita tidak pernah melakukan penelitian pada pasien long COVID. Jadi ya kita harus menunggu penelitian dilakukan dan menunggu hasilnya. Terima kasih.
Bagaimana kalau dengan sekretum atau exosome untuk long COVID ini?
Saya kira bisa saja dan sekretum atau exosome itu sekarang bisa di priming atau di preconditioning. Misalnya bila kita menginginkan efek anti-inflamatorinya lebih unggul.
Remodeling, kalau ini kan ini untuk repair ya Prof ya? Untuk remodeling, untuk regeneration kan? Tujuannya untuk regeneration.
Kita bisa priming sel puncanya sehingga nanti sekretumnya akan cocok untuk anti-inflamasi. Kalau kita menginginkan antifibrosisnya, kita juga bisa priming. Jadi di luar negeri itu sudah banyak yang melakukan preconditioning dari sel puncanya supaya dia bisa menghasilkan sekretum-sekretum yang lebih sesuai untuk keadaan-keadaan tertentu.
Prof. Mudrani, ada pendapat mengenai ini? Prof?
Setuju dengan apa yang disampaikan Prof. Siana tadi, Prof. Ismail, bahwa tampaknya ada beberapa studi pada hewan coba yang menunjukkan bahwa sekretum punya efek antifibrotik yang mungkin bisa bermanfaat pada terapi COVID, long COVID ini. Tapi tentu data pada manusia masih terbatas. Terima kasih.
Kalau ini pendapat ya, mungkin nanti dari beberapa tadi kan Prof. Mudrani sudah menyampaikan ya, walaupun pada yang derajat berat ya, juga Dr. Elina yang berat juga dan kritis tadi sudah ada, sedangkan pada Dr. Putra itu ini 3 kasus ya, walaupun serial case 3 kasus, itu juga derajat berat ya. Bagaimana secara menurut para narasumber dalam ini para pembicara mengenai perbandingan ya, mana yang lebih baik? Sekretum, exosome, atau ini sel punca. Baik untuk yang acute atau yang ini long COVID. Bagaimana? Silakan. Prof.
Terima kasih.
Kalau Dr. Elina dulu nanti pasti Dr. Elina nanti jawab ini stem cell. Kalau Dr. Mudrani sekretum. Prof. Yana aja yang sebagai ini wasitnya dulu.
Kalau menurut hemat saya, dua-duanya itu kemungkinan bisa bermanfaat. Akan tetapi masing-masing itu punya kelebihan dan kekurangan. Kalau sel punca terlepas dari produksinya ya, kalau kita berikan ke pasien dan terlepas dari harganya, ya, sel apabila kita berikan itu bisa lebih bertahan dibandingkan dengan sekretum. Karena itu ulangannya tidak perlu sesering pada sekretum. Kemudian kalau kita memberikan sel itu juga bisa berkomunikasi dengan sel-sel yang ada di tubuh kita. Sehingga apabila terjadi inflamasi, kemudian ada sel yang sekarat, sel yang hampir mati, dia bisa mengirimkan sinyal-sinyal pada sel mesenkimal yang kita berikan, sehingga sel mesenkimal yang kita berikan itu bisa menghasilkan sekretum yang betul-betul tepat guna kesasarannya. Misalnya, sel yang sudah sekarat, sudah mau apoptosis, sel punca itu bisa mengeluarkan anti-apoptosis sehingga sel itu bisa terselamatkan. Jadi kalau kita memberikan sel, sekretumnya itu bisa lebih tepat guna dibandingkan dengan sekretom yang biasa kita berikan. Kalau sekretom itu sudah isinya itu sudah tertentu, tidak bisa berubah-ubah sesuai kondisi dari pasien. Sedangkan kalau kita berikan sel itu akan mengeluarkan zat-zat yang diperlukan sesuai dengan yang dibutuhkan oleh badan dari si pasien. Kalau sekretom yang kita berikan, kondisinya itu sudah statis, tidak lagi bisa berubah. Kemudian dia juga tidak bisa bertahan selama sel. Walaupun sel juga tidak bisa bertahan lama, tapi bisa sampai sekitar 1 minggu atau beberapa hari. Sedangkan sekretom itu half life-nya atau waktu paruhnya itu tergantung dari isinya. Setiap growth factor itu punya waktu paruh yang berbeda-beda. Ada yang waktu paruhnya juga sangat singkat, sehingga harus sering diulang. Jadi apabila sekretom hanya diberikan 1 kali, kemungkinan manfaatnya akan lebih kecil dibandingkan dengan kita memberikan sel punca 1 kali. Memang kebutuhan apabila pasien belum sembuh, sel punca pun ada kalanya mungkin perlu diulang. Karena biasanya sesudah 1 minggu sel itu sudah tidak ada jejaknya lagi. Jadi apabila sudah menghilang selnya, kita perlu booster, kita berikan lagi sel baru. Sedangkan kalau sekretom, pemberiannya itu mungkin sehari harus beberapa kali. Bukannya seminggu sekali atau beberapa hari sekali, tapi sehari beberapa kali. Karena waktu paruh dari bahan-bahan yang bermanfaat untuk penyembuhan itu jauh lebih pendek dibandingkan dengan jangka hidup sel berada di dalam tubuh. Saya kira sekian, apakah bisa menjawab pertanyaannya?
Ya baik, makanya penelitiannya Prof. Murdani ini ya tidak berbeda bermakna ya, karena cuma 1 kali ya ini ya pemberian dari sekretomnya. Kita berikan aplaus untuk para pembicara kita. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Welcome to the closing ceremony of the 6th Annual International Conference and Exhibition on Indonesian Medical Education and Research Institute. Let us begin this closing ceremony by watching a traditional dance performance called Tari Ratu Dedari, a dance inspired by the belief in Sang Hyang Dedari, known to be the most honorable goddess of the sky. Please welcome Nerissa Nur Arviani from the Faculty of Medicine, Universitas Indonesia, Batch 2020. What an interesting performance by Nerissa. But that is not all. Next up, we have our next performance, a song called Kampuang nan Jauh di Mato that originated from Minang, West Sumatra. This song tells a story about one's longing for one's distant hometown where family, friends, and relatives gather. Without further ado, let us welcome Harvika Millenia Latief from the Faculty of Medicine, Universitas Indonesia, batch 2019.
Kampuang nan Jawa di Mato, gunung sansai baku liliang, takkan ajo kawan-kawan dan lamo, bangke pasul yang suliang, pandu dua nyonan elok, nang suko bago tong royong, kok susah samo diraso dan takkan ajo kampuang, takkan ajo kampuang, indra ayah adik sadonyo, rasoma imbau dan pulang, dan takkan ajo kampuang. Pandu dua nyonan elok, nan suko bago tong royong, kok susah samo diraso, dan takkan ajo kampuang, takkan ajo kampuang, indra ayah adik sadonyo, rasoma imbau dan pulang, dan takkan ajo kampuang.
Such a beautiful performance by Harvika. Next on the agenda, let us all welcome the chairperson of the 6th ICE on IMERI, Dr. Mila Maidarti, obstetrics and gynecology specialist, reproductive endocrinology and fertility consultant, PhD, to give a report on the conference. To Dr. Mila, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Nabila. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. We have come to the end of the 6th International Conference and Exhibition on Indonesian Medical Education and Research Institute, the 6th ICE on IMERI. So please allow me, as the chair of the conference, to present the post-event report. So the event was divided into main conference and workshops. The main symposium was conducted on November 6 to 7 and November 13 to 14, 2021. And the main theme addressed this year is biomedical research and primary care transformation, the potential issue in the post-pandemic era. So this year, the event was participants. And this year, the conference is so hopefully by making conference with we can achieve more participants. We use the web-based platform for this year conference. Slide, please. Slide. So this is the 3D of the web-based platform used to access the event. We have information features to provide the information about the conference to all the audience. So this is the highlight of the conference. So we have 9 keynote lectures, 20 concurrent sessions, and 1 special event conducted in concurrent sessions conducted in Indonesian, and 2 panel discussions, 1 the webinar for the public, and 3 free communication sessions with 1 session for shortlisted oral presentation. And we have 5 sponsor sessions, 95 poster presentation with the video also provided in the web-based platform, and we have 12 workshops. Slide, please. So all abstracts submitted consisted of 20 oral presentation with 95 posters and also the video. So all the participants can access the poster presentation and the writing center selects Q1 and 2 journals. So 16 book with ISBN or International Standard Book Number, and 2 best oral and poster presentation were selected also by the judges. Slide, please. So this is we can access the poster area in the web-based platform. The video is also provided in the web-based platform. So the poster and video presentation can be accessed until probably we can set the web-based platform until 1 month after the event. Thank you. Slide, please. Slide. Yeah, there were more than 2,000 registered participants. So also in several countries. The highest number of participants were from India, then USA, Singapore, Malaysia, UK, and Japan. Slide, please. So this is the distribution of all participants in Indonesia. The highest number of participants were from Jakarta. Slide, please. And this is the daily viewers in Hall A and Hall B, and we can see that the highest viewers on day 1. Slide. So we have 12 workshops, and it was attended by a total of 320 participants. Slide. Slide, please. For the main symposium, we have 19 international speakers and 64 speakers are from Indonesia. These are all the speakers. I would like to extend my deepest gratitude and appreciation to all the outstanding speakers, moderators. Thank you for your very nice insight, beautiful talk and discussion. Thank you to all moderators for beautifully moderated the sessions. Slide, please. These are all the speakers. And I would like to thank Professor Dr. Arifah Rialsyam, the Dean of Faculty of Medicine, and Professor Badrul Hegar, Pediatric Consultant, PhD, as the Director of IMERI, Board Director of IMERI, Professor Dr. Budi Wiweko, Obstetric Gynecology Specialist, Dr. Diantha, Science, PhD, and all the steering committee, Professor Dr. Dwi Ovianti, Obstetric and Gynecology Specialist, MPH, Dr. Anis Kurnia Wati, Microbiology PhD, Dr. Rahayu Salim, Orthopedic Consultant, and of course the Vice Chair of the 6 Eyes on IMERI, Dr. Isabella Kurnia Liem, Biomedical Science, PhD PA, for the leading of the conference preparation to the end. Slide, please. Slide, please. Yeah, my utmost gratitude to the technical committee of the 6 Eyes on IMERI. Thank you very much to Ning Tias Ayu, Rafika Arwan, Amalia, Krishna, Ririn, Oki, Prini, Roshan, education cluster of IMERI, as well as the research assistant. Thank you and support. Slide. Slide. Thank you. Slide. Thank you to all the master ceremonies. Thank you with words and your very personable approach. Slide. I would like to thank all the sponsors to make this conference happen. Thank you so much for your support. On behalf of the committee, I would like to apologize for any inconvenience and wish a better undertaking event next year. Thank you very much. It's over to you, Dr. Nabila.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mila, for the report of the conference. Next, we will be announcing the winner of the Best Oral Presentation of the 6th Eyes on IMERI that will be announced by Dr. Isabella Kurnia Liem, Magister Ilmu Biomedik, PhD. To Dr. Bella, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Dr. Nabila. So, for the 6th International Conference and Exhibitions on IMERI, the Best Oral Presentation Award will be given to 2 presenters. The first Best Oral Presentation is Joshua Vincentius. And then the second Best Oral Presentation will give to Muhammad Ridwan. Congratulations for the Best Oral Presentation.
Thank you so much, Dr. Bella, for the announcement, and congratulations to the Best Oral Presentation winners. The winners will receive 1,500,000 rupiah as a token of appreciation and will be further informed by the committee after the event. Coming up next, we will have Dr. Diantha Soemantri, Master's in Medical Education, PhD, to announce the best poster of the 6th Eyes on IMERI. To Dr. Diantha, the time is yours.
Thank you very much, Nabila. Ladies and gentlemen, a very good afternoon. It is my honor to present the winner of the best posters of the 6th Eyes on IMERI. So the first winner is MSc PhD with the topic of differences in the prevalence of anemia. Congratulations, Dr. Rina. And the second winner is Master of Nutrition from the Human Nutrition Cluster with the topic of development of questionnaire to assess food choices motives among adults during COVID-19 pandemic in Jakarta. Congratulations to all winners.
Thank you so much, Dr. Diantha, for the announcement, and congratulations once again to our best poster winners. The winners will receive 1 million rupiah as a token of appreciation and will be further informed by the committee after the event. Next up, we have a very exciting performance, a song called Bubui Bulan, which describes the mood of someone who is in love and misses his lover. This performance will be brought by Niluh Putudiva Mahastra, a student from the Faculty of Medicine, Universitas Indonesia, batch 2020. Without further ado, let us welcome Diva.
Bubui bulan, sangrai bentang, panon koe di sasate. Unggal bulan, abdi teang, unggal koe oge hade. Situ ciburui laukna hese dipancing, nyeredet hate ningali ngaplak caina. Dueta sahan unggal langkung, unggal enjing, nyeredet hate ningali sorot socana.
What an outstanding performance by Diva. Last but definitely not the least, we will have our last performance for today by the obstetrics and gynecology residents from the Faculty of Medicine, Universitas Indonesia, singing Pemuda. Without further ado, let us welcome Dr. Deniswari Rahayu, Dr. Gabriela Argi, Dr. Nurul Irma, and Dr. Andika Widyatama.
Pemuda, kemana langkahmu menuju? Apa yang membuat engkau ragu? Tujuan sejati menunggumu sudah, tetaplah pada pendirian sunnah. Di mana artinya berjuang tanpa sesuatu pengorbanan? Kemana arti rasa satu itu? Bersatulah semua seperti dahulu. Lihatlah ke muka keinginan luhur. langkahmu menuju, tiada lagi rasa meragu. Tujuan sejati menunggumu selalu, tetap teguhkan pendirianmu.
All right, such an amazing performance to end this wonderful event. However, before we officially end the conference, it would not be complete without hearing a few words from Professor Dr. Badrio Hegar, Spesialis Anak Konsultan, PhD, as the Director of IMERI. To Prof. Hegar, the time is yours.
Okay, thank you very much, honorable speakers, moderators, committee, and also all the participants. Good afternoon. Thank you for joining us at this closing ceremony this afternoon. I would like to express again my respect and gratitude to all amazing speakers, moderators, and also to the great committee that we are part of, and also, of course, our valuable participants as well, who have made this conference run successful, interesting, interactive, with sharing a lot of knowledge and experience. I'm sure what we did during the last 1 week has increased our insight and will be useful for our work next. And also thank you very much for our collaborators, sponsor, for the meaningful support which made this conference possible. From the all topic has been shared to us during the last 1 week conference, it is clear that COVID-19 pandemic has revealed the need for transformational change by strengthening primary healthcare. Transformational change in primary healthcare require governance adjustment that involves policymakers, health professionals, scientists, and also the committee. And it means that we are also there. There are a number of knowledge gaps during the COVID-19 pandemics that might be filled with number also of study, including the biomedical research. Support for the strengthening implementation research is needed. We need multidisciplinary convergence to determine the priority research to fill the gap. Okay, so we just build and spread our network and collaboration. I'm sure most of us have communicated each other during the conference. So please keep in touch because the primary healthcare are waiting for us for our help to the primary healthcare. Once again, million thanks to all contribute to the 6th IMERI 2021. And now, dengan mengucapkan syukur Alhamdulillah, I'm officially close the 6th IMERI 2021. See you next year and stay healthy. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Prof. Hegar, for your closing remarks. Now, unfortunately, we have come to the end of the 6th Annual International Conference and Exhibition on Indonesian Medical Education and Research Institute. On behalf of the committee, I would like to extend our deepest gratitude to all the outstanding speakers, moderators, and respectable guests who has taken the time to be with us in this event today. Please do not forget to fill in the survey given by the committee as it is a prerequisite to receive the certificates. Videos from the main conference can be accessed through YouTube approximately 1 week after this conference. And with that being said, I, Nabila Thoya, as the Master of Ceremony, am signing out. Thank you once again to everyone that has participated in the 6th IMERI, and see you next year on the 7th IMERI 2022.